Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome to Slaine Sunday. I don't know if how many more deals these there will be. Kind of a special day because I wasn't able to stream yesterday. So instead of a substitute Saturday, we're doing a Slaine Sunday. Slaine just happens to be a pretty new game from Warlord. I think it came out maybe a couple of years ago. Very much a Celtic themed type of a game, and it's actually based on the old Slaine comic. So there we've got that, so you can kind of look that up and check it out. Here, let me try this over here. Let's see if we're actually live. There we go. That is more like it. So I think there's 9 figures in the starter box. You got some shamans. Hey there, Landrast. How you doing? Hopefully you had a chance to paint some more on your Bretts there. Yeah, these should be very interesting. Again, this is just the starter box right here. Well, hey, Landrast, I gotta look up Celtic roundhouse terrain and see if there's anything on my mini factory because, well, these guys. And then I would also work for Dunlin, so it would kind of be a bit of those. Now, where's that? There he is. So there's Ye Old Green Knight. There he is. So that was a blessing. And then Landress, like I said, when you do yours, maybe don't have this be glowy, right? So you don't have to worry about this. And then you can have, well, we can always print this again, right? Landrast, and maybe make this glowy and not so much the sword and try a whole different thing because we can do that, right? Yeah, we can do that. So this is kind of funny. So this is he's one of those warp forged guys, and here's the warped version there of the main character. Yeah, Landrest. What the heck? I mean, well, you can print out multiple ones too and try it different ways. Now here's his little goblin buddy, right there. Hey, there's Summerlin. Nice to see you again. How the heck are you doing? Well, happy Sunday. It's still a happy Sunday here for an hour and a half. Well, 1 hour 35 minutes technically. This one will actually get a little bit of source lighting here because torch. This was really interesting. So these are all 3D printed, make it epic basing bits. Trying to create sort of that marshland kind of a deal. So we've got some cattails here as well. I just thought that could be real interesting here for these lads. We'll just do we'll do some of our dry brushy stuff here, like you do. Nothing super elaborate here. Let's where's that? There's some of our asphaltum here, and just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. Not too much over here, because that glow, right? So we'll just do a little bit on the side where there's not going to be a glow, and then we'll just stop right there. Here, let's do a little bit on this. I'm going to try and get a bunch of these guys done, because basically by the end of tomorrow's stream, these all got to be done. If they're going to Little Wars, they have to be done tomorrow so that we can get all that flock and foliage and whatever. So yeah, we gotta crank on through these guys. We are gonna march right through these guys here. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this here. I was thinking on these guys we can do the whole blue woad. I'm not quite sure if this is actually the Gales or the human faction, like these guys down here. So, maybe that's not what they're supposed to get. I don't know if that's a breathing thing or that's like a blowpipe. I know there is something. Oh, and by the way, you can look up this comic right here. Hey there, Ryan. Nice to see you. So Ryan, yeah, I could see just how challenging that color scheme had to have been. I don't know. I thought they came out really nifty. And of course, later, Ryan, when there's more folks in the chat and stuff, you want to share that, go on ahead, do that. So sorry, this is a little bit later. Basically, it's kind of almost like an Adepticon situation where I barely had a chance to sleep over the last 2 days. When I got back today, basically, I put these guys on bases, then tried to sleep for a couple of hours while this cured and everything. Then I put all of the whatchamacallit stuff there, the texture paste on them, and then tried to, I think, eat something while that was setting. And then I just said, all right, time to prime these guys. Hey, Crazy Wolf, great to see you again. You know what, I might... Oh, no. No, I'm going to do it. I'm gonna hit this here. Gonna get this guy going. Now, they're resin figs, but it's kind of a soft resin. To me, in some ways, it's more like bones resin. So I don't know what's up with that. Maybe at Little Wars, I can talk to John, and he might have a little more info for me. Nice to see you there, Deck Knight. So, Crazy Wolf, I hope that the printer has been treating you real well. And then you're getting a lot of production out of it. Well, okay, we'll just snap that one off since that's... And maybe that one too. Alright, whatever. That's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, let's hit this stuff down here. So, it's almost a bit like some dry brush Xenos. Oh, look at that. Now, I might as well just do some of that over here too. What the heck? And we'll come back into this, like I said, with some glazy things, just because... Who knows, maybe we'll even do a bit of a green glow coming out of his hand. Oh, maybe that's it, yeah. Maybe we do a greenish glow there. That could maybe be interesting. Which means I'll probably try to snag some of my... To go with my phthalo green, yeah, maybe we'll grab a little bit of the fluoro green that we used on our Green Knight. Speaking of which, where the heck did he go? Here he is. So there's the Green Knight from Saturday. Yeah, from Saturday. That's good, Crazy Wolf. That's good. Hopefully that's working out really well. So yeah, Landrest, if you find anything fun for Celtic Roundhouse or something like that, let me know. Shoot me a link or something like that, because I just have to try to remember to do that tonight after the stream. And then maybe I can, who knows, if I find something good, maybe I can print that out overnight tonight, and then I can have it for Little Wars. Great to see you again there, Russian Blue Art. So, Russian Blue Art, I hope that you had yourself a fabulous weekend. Again, sorry that I did not know it was our Friday stream. That's right, because I didn't get the stream on Saturday. This is going to be very confusing, because remember, this weekend, and that's one of the reasons why we're painting these, we got Little Wars coming up, so I won't be streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday. However, Monday is supposed to be my stream anniversary, so we'll see how that works out. If I'm still alive by then and have a voice, well, then that's what we'll do. All right, so just shove them guys over there. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Some of the yellow and the orange here. Boom. And we can certainly go lighter than that. Most certainly. So Russian Blue, again, I hope that your day went well. And Jack Knight, here's hoping that your weekend was glorious as well. With tons of fun stuff. Alright, maybe a little wheel down there. Sure. I'll take... What am I going to use here? What do we have for that? It's a little too... Yeah, I might just save that for... I'm seeing... you know what? I might... Here, let's take some of this and some of this. Along with some of that. A little more. Thinner. Just to kind of get the ball rolling on this. Alright. Get rid of that thing. I'm going to take... Fine, I'll use this. I'll just go ahead and use this. Take some of the fast matte white here. And we'll really try to get some of the lightest stuff in our... Some of the, well, not quite the lightest of light, but something decently light here in the flames. Like that. Okay. Take, let's see, what about you? Oh, that's right, I keep forgetting to find the whole big package of these brushes that I have sitting around. Holy smokes. It's been a confusing several days, needless to say. We'll try and get all this figured out somehow. Alright, yeah, I'm just breaking this down. Fine, I'll throw a little bit more of the... I'm going to do that white stuff, though. Better get some of the Indian yellow in there. Let's move this over this way. And now let's do some of this. Then we'll take our... Alright, we'll start doing some glazy things here and there on some of this. And the other ones, too. Not quite sure who this is. The only characters that I know, and I don't actually have forgotten their names, but I think it is Cuchulainn, and then his little goblin buddy. That is the weirdest thing, though, and he's always got a tankard. Yeah, but these two guys, they're always kind of together. Doing buddy stuff, yeah. That, you know, Celtic warp-forged heroes and apparently goblins do. Because reasons. Let me see what... Okay, fine. I'll have a little bit here. So, get the other side of whatever that's supposed to be. Armor, whatever. Thank you so much, Denethor. Appreciate that. Happy Monday, right? Yeah, it's Happy Monday. So, sorry. Again, not used to streaming on the Sundays there. Well, look at this. Now, this lady truly takes after my own heart right here. So, well, what you gonna do with that torch right there? She's like, I'm just using it for light. It's like, well, yeah, but okay, what about afterwards? She's like, what do you mean afterwards? It's like, here, I got something fun for you to try. Thanks so much, Denethor. Appreciate that. So, let's check that out, Denethor. Thank you so much, Summerlin. Appreciate that. And of course, Denethor and Ryan and Summerlin. There's some folks in the chat now. You guys want to share some stuff? Please go ahead and do that. Now, here, let's do this. This is 24th, so 10 years ago. Literally 10 years ago this year, because I know it was 10 years ago because I was getting all of the what is it, like Facebook memory type things, and all this stuff was showing up with this. Now these are super heavy duty conversions here. Some of these things are 20 some odd, actually now they're more like 25 or 26-year-old miniatures, and all of those vehicles are either half custom built or scratch built or whatever. You've got old metal Sisters of Battle. You got a Confrontations figure there with Blood Angel wings. You got old Void miniatures. Speaking of Keltos, you got that Highland Highland Moss Guard from Victoria Miniatures. And here's again that Exorcist that we did. All that is plastic card and polystyrene tubing. So everybody please check out the links that Denethor and Ryan have posted. And there, look at that. Looky there. There's 40 stained glass windows in there. Seriously, those are stained glass windows. And you can see, look at all the light generated from the inside. Oh, there's about 5 pounds worth of lights and batteries up in that ceiling there. Because, well, we didn't have the kind of lights that if I had the lights we had at Adepticon this year, this thing would have been so much easier to do. Here's a more updated version. This is with the new plastic Sisters, well, new-ish. I mean, they're now several years old, but that's also an army painting series, and you can see we kind of continue that same theme. Lots of freehand and all kinds of fun stuff. So that was 2014, basically about 10 years ago. Well, last month, really, technically, because I don't think Adepticon was in April, not that year. So everybody check out the Discord link that Denethor shared. And again, please check him out, give him the follow, and say lots of kind words and kudos, as we like to say. So, yeah, let's hit that a little bit more, just a bit more there. Yep, let's get some up here, closer to the torch. So how in the world would that not catch more of the light? And I mean, we could use our little flashlights, right, to show us where that light would go. And perhaps even a cast shadow or two on the ground or something like that. Maybe do something like that. Yeah, let's throw a bit more of this on the arm here, and then we'll have to get again some darks into this too. It can't only be just making things lighter and lighter and lighter. Yep, I'm gonna go maybe back to the orange over here. Something like that. Okay, and now let's do this again. Only I might thin the paint down even a little bit more. Not too pinline wash consistency, but yeah, something more like that. Maybe a bit of this on the hair. I have to say the mold line's not the easiest things to get rid of on this material here. Again, it kind of reminds me of Bones material. It's kind of bouncy, we'll say that. And somewhat flexible, so just be advised. We'll maybe just go a little bit further down here onto the plants here. And when I put the foliage on here, we'll just stick to things like grass and plants, other things that I know I'll be able to at least get a little bit of this orange light on, be able to paint that on there. Denethor. Oh, maybe it didn't hear. Now that it's April, I pre-ordered a whole bunch of that. I guess like the army box, and then a unit of the Ifrit or whatever those guys were, and then some of the individual characters. Because what I was hoping, Denethor, is to do basically some contest painting stuff. And then with like the regular units, right, where there's maybe 10 guys in it or something like that. I was going to do an army painting series with that, because I have at least 2 units of like the regular guys. So I thought we would do an army painting series with that. So you will definitely be seeing that on the Patreon page, Denethor, and on stream for sure. Because, I mean, this is the Object Source Lighting channel, right, Denethor? I mean, if we didn't do that, we would probably be violating some kind of contract. And again, these were the Conquest chickens that we painted up on stream here, and those one was at the first place in the Resin Beast. Yeah, Resin Beast. Now, Landrest, I think there would definitely be some sort of penalty going on there, right? If we were to not do tons of get that and then do tons of object source lighting. Yeah, something tells me that'd be no bueno, right? Get a little bit of, come on. Trying to break down some of that. There we are. Some of the violet to get into our perline red that we are going to use as a bit of a pinline wash here. That's most definitely a pinline wash. And there, so that's kind of creating that transition point right there. Denethor, I guess the couple of things that I'm trying, kind of a little internal debate, and hopefully AI will also help with this, and that I figured that would be part of the army painting series. Is okay with those Ifrit or the Jinn or whatever they are. Do we just do fire on everything? Or do we try different colors of object source lighting, especially for those guys? Like some kind of a transitional light or something? Landress for sure, right? There would be something. There would be some kind of fines or penalties that would have to be imposed if we were not to do that. So, that enhances us more. Now again, I won't be able to rely a whole bunch on the pinline washy stuff here, mostly because again, there's some mold lineage that happens with, and you can't necessarily control all of that. Okay, so now we gotta let this thing. And let me see if I can't maybe hit the lightest light on here super quick. Let me try this here. Abadu, nice to see ya. Happy Sunday / Monday. Now, I do, well, I'm hoping anyway, to be able to do our usual Monday stream because I got to paint the rest of these. So I think there's 4 more. Yeah, there's the 2 versions of him, there's his little gobbo buddy, and there's a shaman. And something else? No, it's those 4. Those 4. Those 4 guys. And again, check out the Slaine comic books or whatever, and that will kind of give you an idea of what this is all about. Alrighty, there we go. So, again, it doesn't take long, right, to get this figured out, does it? It don't take very long. Whoops, I wanted the yellow. Alright, fine. I have to come back and get some of that Indian yellow. I will try to do some woad and tattoo type things on these folks here. Because, well, reasons. Alright, I'm going to say that is kind of an expired date right there. Let's try this instead. Yeah, Armored Wolf, I felt bad. I didn't want to shoot you too many messages because I knew you were busy with that. But I just thought, oh, okay, I'll just let you know. Let you know what's happening here. Sorry I didn't get to message you sooner. It was, well, it was kind of busy. And, well, you'll have to tell me about that later. I'm sure that, well, it was a Toad rehearsal. With all of the connotations that entails. Now, was it a standard Toad rehearsal like it's been every year for years? So, Abadu, I hope that you're doing well again. And, of course, anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, yes, this is, well, who knows, maybe if there is more of the Slaine stuff and John sends me home with some, maybe we will have more Slaine Sundays. But again, the thing that I've got to look for is Celtic roundhouses, because again, I want to print them out for this as like kind of for a display sort of thing, but ultimately those would be my Dunlending terrain. Because I just kind of see the Dunlendings as having something like roundhouses. I don't think they would have anything quite like Rohan does. I've seen, let's see, gosh, what was he? Badgers and Burrows, I think, or Burrows and Badgers. He did a lot of stuff for that, and he had basically kind of the mud hut sort of things, like the mud brick type huts with the thatched roofs. I'm thinking here I would like to go more along the lines of the Celtic roundhouse. Maybe with shields. Okay, let's get a little bit more of the orange here. Ah, thanks, Landrast. So Landrast is a kind of a typical thing. Ooh, I should get more orange in this. Just the circular building and a conical roof, and basically those two bits, and you're done. I'm kind of just imagining that's how that would probably go. All right, well that's perfect, Landrast. Thanks. All kidding aside, that saves me some pretty important time right there, because it's going to be a busy several days here. Now, what are we doing here? We're going to take some of that perline black. We're going to mix it with that. What is that there? Asphaltum there. And we'll do some of this here. Letting it mix with that red. Alright, let it mix with that. Whoops, a little thinner into that maybe. Let's see, what are we, about 15 minutes? Now we're 26 minutes in. 26 minutes ago, that had, what would we say, 0 paint on it. It's not the only one we've been working on. Right, because we've got these 4 over here. So we've got those and this in less than a half an hour. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, that's all. There, we get some of our kind of pinkish color in there as we welcome Zach. Thanks for the sub there, Zach. That's 18 months worth. That's a couple of kids right there. Thank you so much. Konnichiwa. Also, Slanya. Yeah, so now these are the starter set figs, Zach, that we've been talking about for a little while. I think I'm going to try and do... here, let's get him out. Let's maybe do some greenish glow on him. Yeah, let's do that. I might even get the green stuff out. So here, let me... Speaking of green... Oh, yeah, I think we need to go a little bit more orangey on that. Hey there, Grand Oracle. How you doing? So, sorry for the delay, Grand Oracle. Yeah, it just... well, I ended up having to stay there overnight, which meant I did not get to work on the figures. I had to wait till I got back here and then desperately try to get these things prepped. All 9 of them. I think there's 9. No, is there 10? There's 5. No, so it's 9. So there's 9 of them. So Russian Blue Art, that is the... now, of course, we also mix our own, but the one that's on the palette, just to save some time, is... that's from Marion Street. Tube is kind of beat up, but... oh, well, we need to get this out anyway, so there you go. Again, you can make your own. You just get the, say, Green Stuff World, floral pigments, and whatever, and then you just mix them with some linseed oil, and then you're good to go. So yeah, Grand Oracle. It was gonna be another sort of emotional thing because it was sort of almost like a bit of a double memorial service for someone else who, basically right before Adepticon, they kind of had a Kathy situation that played out over the course of just a matter of weeks. It all happened so fast that there was no way I could even get there. They were actually at Kathy's birthday celebration. I was actually playing the Battlestar Galactica game with them. So unfortunately, this was kind of a A little bit of a dual memorial because obviously mid-May is going to be a significant time here. And I was already trying to plan a special stream where we would have a Kathy miniature and I would sculpt Babo with a whole bunch of cookies. Almost like a treasure type of a thing, like a cookie treasure hoard. Because we don't do cookie decorating here at all, do we? No, we don't believe in decorating cookies or any such nonsense. So yes, there will be Babo and just piles and piles of cookies all around on the base. And I thought that would be a fun thing to do. Now we'll still maybe do some of the oxalis plants and such. That's almost like a staple. But I think it would be neat if we could get some of that other we've done a bunch of the Giros. This would be one of the Reaper Scio Cathys, so there's no Giro with it anyways. You know what, we need to... I'm going to try the eyes again here. Thanks, Zach. Now, of course, thanks to Armored Wolf, we have that, well, as we're going to call it, the Peladriel miniature. So it's a super, super, super rare figure that Armored Wolf basically found the last one on planet Earth. And the idea is I'm going to basically sculpt all the stuff around it like Kathy did with hers. Because we each actually painted a version of that. And this again will be another bit of a tribute, so I think that will be a Patreon series in May. No. Here, let me get some thinner in this. Let's try this eye again. There. And this one there. And then a little something there. Okay, so we'll maybe roll with that. We'll roll with something like that. So yeah, Grand Oracle, that all happened so fast, there was no time to even get there, especially with all the Adepticon stuff happening. Basically, the plan was after Adepticon was to try and get there and at least see them. There was no opportunity, sadly, to do that with Adepticon. And I think they were basically about the same age, too. Now, a little bit more of the red there. A little bit more of that. Okay, alright, so we've got our source lighting established there. All of a half an hour in. Alright, let's, so again, Russian blue, we're going to throw some of this out on the palette here just to chuck it down there. We used this on our green knight, which I'm going to reach over here and grab. And again, we use a lot of it on this side right here to create that glow. Yeah, look at the temperature contrast here. Now for him, I might think about doing the same thing. So perhaps more of a... I don't know. Again, we're going to be doing more on that. I just wanted to at least establish something there. That's all I was looking to do. Radiant. Come on. Radiant green. Some of this here. Touch of the phthalo green. Maybe that's just got too much thinner in it. That's alright. Might have to throw some more phthalo green out there. Just get some of that paint off of there. Okay, I think now we're starting to get there. Now we're getting somewheres. Do this, a little something here. That push out this way a little. Maybe a little more on that grass. Then we want to let that have a minute or two to set while we maybe do some other stuff out here. I'm going to grab another one of our little crafty brushes there. Hey there, Deuce. How you doing? So, Deuce, I think you saw this, right? This will go up tomorrow. Yeah, this is going up on the Patreon page tomorrow. Speaking of which, look at that. Look at that, Deuce. Look at that. Right, Deuce. Now, of course, boy, Deuce, can you only imagine? I know we've talked about it before. If there was like those point two nozzles and stuff with the FDM style printing, right? Oh yeah. Oh, thanks, Rhea. Yeah, this again. This is coming up tomorrow. Actually, I still have to upload this vid, or maybe I did upload. I don't know. Well, no matter what, I'll look tonight to see if it's going to be uploaded or not. There. Thank you so much, Knucklehead. Appreciate you being here. Actually, how the heck have you been doing? I hope that everything's been going well as possible for you. And again, thanks for the hellos. Thank you so much. And you have yourself a good night's sleep, of course. Have yourself a good night's sleep there. Get me some of that violet over here. I'm going to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Now, the reason I maybe wanted that to be a cooler green is now we're going to take this Perline black here. And that's going to be a much warmer green. As in a much warmer green. Knucklehead, that Armored Wolf and I can certainly, we can identify with that. Sorry that it's been such a challenge there. Now, of course, hopefully that's also maybe yielding some extra funds there in addition to all the time away from everything you would want to be doing, right? Hopefully there's some extra funds involved with that might lead to some maybe more fun things down the road as a result. But thank you so much, Knucklehead. Appreciate that. Again, about 37 minutes ago, none of these figures had any paint on them whatsoever. None, not a zilch, zippo, nothing. And again, we're just trying to maybe do a couple of the ones here that have some source lighting first, just to get that get a move on there, and then we're going to do this now. 38 minutes ago, all 5 miniatures just look like that. Sorry about that, Knucklehead. I'm going to take... Where did you go? There you are. I'm going to take this thing here. I'm going to get that red out of there, but no, we shall take the phthalo green. Yeah, put me some more of that floral green out on the palette here. Boy, Zach, it's really amazing just to see what the oils can do to just shave off critical time here and there. It just never ceases to amaze. And now we're going to do this like you do. Got some of the floral green in there. Where's that little do thingy? So again, that's kind of what we're trying to do right there. Oh geez, Zach, holy smokes! I'm sorry, I completely forgot. If you wanted to share, well, links to your stuff there. I know you got the events coming up later. And yeah, please go ahead and share that. Sorry, Zach. I'm just like, what was I? There was something that I wanted to say to Zach. I can't remember what it is. Again, my brain is extra toast right now. Just a whole bunch of no sleep and other things. So My apologies for the brain-dead nature of the stream right here. That's just going to be happening tonight. So that changes that around a whole bunch. Now we shall get one of these here small filberts. Like this. Pearline black. Some of that yellow, that's our, what's that yellow? The Hansa Yellow Light, I believe. Yeah. So now you can see a little difference in the greens here again. This is not quite as saturated. It's definitely warmer. So a very different type of green here. Less saturated, it's warmer. Throwing this out here. Now, I knew with these, I was just going to go with the dark brown primer because, well, first of all, we got to get down in all of these recesses here. And I don't really have the time to be fooling around, so we needed to make this happen quick. Quick. No fooling around. I might even throw some of that green. Oh, look at that. It just got onto him, too. Wow. Look at that. Well, you know what? There's some of that yellow again. Some of that yellow. Happy little sawgrass here. Happy little ferns over here. Lots of happy little vegetation. Then we're going to add some more. So again, this is the Slaine. Again, this is from Warlord Miniatures as we welcome in T-Cat. T-Cat, how the heck are you doing? Happy Slaine Sunday to you there. Thank you so much, T-Cat. Everybody, please give T-Cat a follow. And, of course, T-Cat, if you wish to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Hopefully, we need to replenish this at some point here. Hopefully, we need ourselves some more medicine. Because that's that's perfect with the whole lack of sleep thing. That'll be outstanding. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong there? So great to see you there, T-Cat. Oh, and here's, of course, here's the other one there. So again, kind of working on a couple of source lighting type things here. Boy, you know, Zach, it's pretty wild to think about those, because they've sculpted so much stuff that I've actually painted over the years. It's pretty wild to think about that. Alright, I'm gonna go back to our lighter green here. We gotta start getting some of this on the grass too. Like this. So again, T-Cat, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. And these are the other three. So we'll be hitting these guys tonight, and they're going to get some wood and some tattoos and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, these are 43 minutes ago. All of this stuff was paint free. It was all paint free. I'm going to see if I can get a little bit more of the floral green, at least on that. Maybe a touch over here. And then let's see what we can do down in here on this. You can see we're already starting to lose some of the shininess from our little glazy thing that we did. It's starting to go away a little. Just trying to get that brush down in here. Okay, and now let's do a little pinline washy stuff over here. Sure, why not? Let's just do that with some maybe Van Dyke brown and some Mars black, maybe a little indigo. And haven't messed with any indigo yet. We shall do that now. A little bit of indigo here. Blammo. Plenty of thinner. Remember to keep that a flowing. Now maybe more to the Van Dyke brown over here. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna grab a little bit of the violet there. Actually, let me try this. I did just put a bit of the green in there. So it's not just to darken that down, it's also to change that color away from our phthalos there. That's so Zach, well, of course the color charts, right? You just can't go wrong with those, can ya? You can't go wrong doing those color charts. A little bit more of the darker phthalo in here. Now, just gonna start doing some stuff out here. Let me just use you, and fine, we'll just pull some of that glazy stuff down here, whatever's. Great to see you back, Ghoul Studio. So, Ghoul Studio, how are you doing? It's weird to just say Happy Sunday, much less Happy Sunday and Monday on a whole different time. Again, we're doing this because we didn't get to do our Saturday stream. So instead of a substitute Saturday, we're doing a Slaine Sunday. And hopefully, if we get to do our stream tomorrow, we'll be doing the last few from the set here because we've got Gohan and his little gobble buddy right there. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So Ghoul Studio, kind of starting to get ready. It's weird to be thinking I'm getting ready for a convention here. And it's always weird because, well, it's at the Adepticon Hotel, the old Adepticon Hotel, that is. Also, the WindyCon. Apparently, WindyCon is still at this hotel in November. That would be the convention where Kathy and I met in 2000. And that was a different hotel. That one, ironically enough, that was in Schaumburg. Yes, that was actually in Schaumburg, in that across the street from that big Schaumburg mall that I'm sure some folks went to during Adepticon to get food or do whatever. So the starter set has 12 colors. Oh, and Zach, actually, Green Stuff World, they actually sent me an email and they said, we have these inks. They have two different sets. They have, I guess, transparent inks and opaque inks. And they said, well, would you use these? They're acrylic. And I said, actually, more likely to potentially use those because they could actually, in some ways, behave a bit like acrylic oils because they would have the intensity, right? And they would have the translucency of the oil darker colors. However, there would be the opaque colors, which we would mix, just like we do with the oils, right, to create kind of mid-tone-ish things that are semi-opaque. So I thought that could actually make for some good tutorial videos. It's nothing I would be doing on stream. I said, look, if you want to see it on stream, no dice there. But if tutorial vid sounds okay, then all right. Again, I don't know if they'll send anything. We'll see. So I told him there's folks that would probably like to see something like that. In some ways, oh gosh, what were those? Oh, the contrast paints. Remember how we used those? where we sort of took the, well, like Achillean green and some of the high intensity ones, and we would mix those with an opaque lighter color and kind of go semi-translucent, almost like we were doing something with oils. So I just, maybe we do something like that. So again, this is a different green right here, right? This is more dingy. It is warmer than this. Now, of course, this is starting to get a little bit, almost is starting to look a little darker because, well, we're adding this light out here. But much like our torchlight, so right now the lightest thing on here is about maybe that, or even this. You can see how much lighter we can go, and that's what we're going to do here. Yeah, Zach, you would really hope so. Again, obviously there's other influencers and stuff that, they would be posting it on the, well, we could still post it to Instagram and stuff. Nothing says we can't do that. So here's hoping maybe they send those this way and we could do some fun stuff. We could use them on vehicles. All right, we did a whole bunch of stuff with our vehicles workshop in acrylics. Heck, even the terrain workshop, right, with the big old boat. We've been doing some stuff with the acrylics there as well, especially the primer painting. Ooh, that's what I was thinking there, Zach, is being able to mix some of those inks with our primer. So yeah, teaming up the Badger Stynylrez with some of those inks could make for some real interesting primer painting. Alright, again, now we're just waiting for all that to set, and I might do that here. Let me check. I'm going to use you. So again, some of our phthalo green, little, ooh, okay. I said a little indigo. Maybe not that much indigo. But we're just going to maybe chuck a little bit of that in there. And again, TCAT, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And I don't know, TCAT, if you want to let folks know maybe when you might be doing your next stream, please go ahead and do that. Whoops, wait. There. What we're trying to do here is just set up those the new lighter colors that we want to do. Get some of that down here. Okay. Now let's try to do some lighter stuff in here. Do we have one of those? Yes, we have this. Fast mat weight. Take a little bit of drop of thinner there just to keep breaking that down. We'll do this. And now we'll really start getting some stronger lights in here. So now all the midtones we've been doing in there and everything else, that's going to have some effect on this. You must have dark to show the light. And sometimes when in doubt, make things darker. Again, by making things darker, this light starts to have more of an impact. Let me get the shoulders there. Not sure what that's supposed to be down there. His beard. Something more over there. And we might do some glowing eyes for him. I do red glowing eyes though. Yeah, we'll do red glowing eyes instead of green. So that should be fun. And again, here, speaking of our floral green, this was Friday night stream. Again, I keep thinking I was streaming on Saturday. My apologies for the confusion. Oh, that's right. Geez, I gotta get that Wapelius Spellbrush base put on a base there so that we have that all set for our streamiversary. Fine, I'll take some of this, some of our... Here, I'm gonna break this down. Some of that stuff is already set. That is amazing. It had not been that long. So again, plus those other 3 figs, 55 minutes ago, these had no paint on them at all. I'm not saying, just saying. Need to get some of the light on his skin there. Let's get some on this. Not on that thing. Let's get rid of that. Trying to get this brush shoved down in there, and it looks like finally, yes, finally got that down in there. Hey there, Lethal Shadows, how are you doing? Well, what did you just say you just saw from Lethal Shadows Gaming, the paint side. Now this is the one tip. Of course, we love the 0 tip, and then we have all the other little zeros. But yes, this was our fabulous one that we did at Adepticon. Again, courtesy of Lethal Shadows. So Lethal Shadows, hopefully the recovery process continues after all of the flurry of conventions. Everybody please give Lethal Shadows Gaming a follow. And of course, Lethal Shadows, if you wish to post anything in the chat there about your new fabulous paint line. Yeah, actually, we were just talking about that, Lethal Shadows. We were talking about, I guess Green Stuff World has a bunch of inks or something like that. But you've got, was it 94 colors, right? Now, I'm glad that that cough is finally starting to exit the building there. I know it can't be soon enough for you. So, and again, everybody, please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming for all of your 3D printing needs. If you do not have a 3D printer, does not mean you cannot enjoy 3D printed miniatures. You just gotta have Lethal Shadows print those for you. So, everybody, please check out the link there. That's where you can get the paint scythe, the paint scepter, and Lethal Shadows, of course. I'm sorry that I've forgotten the name of the line of colors there. I was just about to say it, but lack of sleep kind of has me not remembering anything right now. So if you want to let him know what the name of the paint line is, and give him a little rundown on the details. So we're just coming in now with some of our lighter green here, because, well, reasons. Get some more of that light green over here. Some more of that on this grass here. Just trying to, again, create this a little bit of glow in here. Hey there, Doji. And Lethal Shadows paints. Okay, so again, everybody please check out Lethal Shadows. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, some of your fabulous oil painted miniatures. And of course, Doji, your work area really does look sensational. It really does. And I hope that all the, you look at it now and you say, okay, that was a lot of work. That was a bunch of work, but ultimately it was worth all the effort. More of our lighter green up in there. Yeah, well, Lethal Shadows, I could see that, but I think it was sometimes simple is just the way to go, right? Sometimes simple has its it has its elegance. Now, let me see if I can go even crazy brighter here. Just like we did with the fiery torch thing over there. It won't be down here. Oh, geez, yeah, we can definitely lighten that up some more. And remember, we want to do some maybe some glowing red eyes for him or something, just for reasons unspecified. There are some lights there. Get some of this over here. That'd be fantastic there, Doji. Definitely fantastic. Again, everybody, please check out the Insta link there that Doji shared, and again, see some fabulous oil painted miniatures. So again, if you do not have a 3D printer, that's okay, because Lethal Shadows has, all kidding aside, Lethal Shadows, it's got to be close to 40K, 40,000 different STL files that you have now. You know, large scale busts, all that kind of stuff too. I think we need a little line of separation right there. And I'm almost, yeah, let me try and get a little bit of dark in here. So then we could actually maybe put that, the glowing red in the eyes perhaps. Oh geez, potentially even a sci-fi line. And remember that Lethal Shadows also has, I mean, they have their own STL files, not just you know, all the other ones that are out there, but they also have their own sculpts as well. We have painted some of those on stream, and you can check those out. Yes, those are saved on the channel here as highlights, just like all of our other miniatures that we do. So yes, you can check those out. All right, I'm going to throw a little bit of that into here. Try and catch a little more light on the end of some of this grass here. Again, to bring out the light there. Keep in mind, these are, they're almost more like bones material, this Slaine stuff here, so just be advised. Now again, we're going to take the, here's a paper towel here. And we'll just use this. It's a nice little soft blending brush here. Look at this. We'll just let that get blended in nice and soft there. Not going to do the red stuff there yet. I think that would be a little too much at this juncture here. And let's do this. Throwing in some dark here. A little bit there on that side, because again, that's going to make this stuff only can be lighter if we make this stuff a little bit darker. Thank you so much, Lion Creative. Appreciate that raid. Everybody, please give the Lion Creative a follow. So, Lion Creative, I hope that you're doing really well. Happy Sunday / Monday. We still have a half an hour of Sunday left. 1 hour and 4 minutes ago. Here we go. So there we go. These guys had no paint on them 1 hour and 4 minutes ago. I know that surprises you. Also, the fact we're doing object source lighting, totally a shock, right, Lion Creative? Mama Lion, how you doing? So the Lion Creative, again, please give the Lion Creative a follow. This is the, well, relatively new Slaine game, right? See Slaine. It's by Warlord Games. These are actually the two main characters right here. And we will be painting these two and some more tomorrow, but we're kind of doing a Slaine Sunday here. And we're doing a little bit of source lighting on some of these guys. Right, Cheese Whiz, we never do source lighting on this channel. We should do more of it. Because there's never enough source lighting, is there? So everybody, again, please give Lion Creative a follow. And of course, Lion, anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, how about we start getting some other things in here too? Where's my not radiant indigo, plus some of the indigo, and let's start throwing some of that on here, just for reasons. So yes, Cheese Whiz, and of course everybody please give old Cheese Whiz a follow, and Cheese, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So again, Lion Creative, thank you so much for the raid, appreciate that. Now, where's our, speaking of green, this was our last stream on Friday. This is the Green Knight, that's a 3D print from Highwood Miniatures. So that was really fun. Speaking of, well, some greenish glow, we did that on him. Actually, here's another one again from the Slaine line. Yes, there's always just like it's 5 o'clock somewhere. There's object source lighting somewhere, right, Doji? Somewhere there's object source lighting. Whether it's moonlight, whether it's sunlight, whether it's whatever kind of light, there's object source lighting somewhere. Now, just trying to throw a little bit of this, something lighter here on the fur. Is there fur on these guys too? Yes. Yep, some of them do have that. So we've been having a little chat with Lethal Shadows Gaming. Again, Lethal Shadows Gaming has tons and tons of STL files. Lethal Shadows also has the brand new paint line. Brand spanking new paint line. So everybody please go check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. You know what? Get me some of that violet in there. We are working with oil paints, as in traditional oil paints, right out of the tube. That's what we're doing here. Which is why 1 hour and 7 minutes ago we went from, well, this to this, plus the other 3 guys. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Maybe not a bad idea to look into the oils, because you can get them just about anywhere and you don't need a whole bunch of them. We might have 13-ish colors on the palette. Perhaps. I don't know. And of course, hashtag no layers. So we're going to use our little micro filbert brush here from Lethal Shadows. And we'll just do this. Like so. We'll get to maybe some more of our greenish color on that too. Fine, I'll let some of the, a little more of that, come on, a little more of that violet, there we go. Just a hint more. Because we can't have only just the object source, then we have to have some ambient light too, don't we? And not quite how the lighting thing works. Abadu, it's really shocking, right? Especially when I was doing the big giant mural. And by big giant mural, I mean a painting that was 134 inches by 90 some odd inches on a wall, and it barely put a dent in the oil paints. What's funny is the other wall that I did, it had to be in acrylics and primer because, well, we couldn't lock the room, and since the dogs want to be wherever I am, as in like literally touching me the entire time, we didn't want to have glow-in-the-dark multicolored dogs, so I just ended up doing the acrylics. And it took a ton of paint. Oh my gosh. It took a ton of paint. I kept having to put more and more and more on there. Nope. Let's thin that down. Also a little bit of our fast mat. Nope. Okay, fine. We'll do this again. Something like this maybe. Now we wanted to do the glowing red eyes first. I will just do something like this maybe just to kind of get the ball rolling here. Let's just do that. I'm going to have to break that down some more. And just chuck that down in there. And then we'll come back later to work around that. Maybe we will just chuck some of our floral orange on there right now while we're thinking about it. A little more thinner, I suppose. We'll take some of the perline black. I guess we got to break some of that down as well. So we'll see you later there, Doji. Yeah, sorry it's a Monday morning. But Doji will be trying to paint the other ones. Well, I guess, well, it'll be your Tuesday by then. So see you later there, Doji. As always, thanks for being here. You know what? I'm going to restore a couple of darks there. And now here, I got to get me something that's not that greenish color here on this, because that's not really catching the green light. Now we're going to go this way and get some of this mixed in there. Hashtag no layers, you can see that is significantly lighter than what we just put on there. Why? Because, well, you can see it's mixing right there. Let the oils do the work for you, right? It's written in the book of Wappa. Let the oils, or that's not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. Let them do the work. Because they most certainly will. You just gotta let them. Fast matte white here. Gonna get some more my thinner into this here. Start breaking that down. Not too much though, because we do not want a pin line wash on all this fur. That would be no bueno. Yeah, something like that. Drop a little bit of that over here. So the other three guys, they're just kind of regular troops or whatever. I'm guessing they're from either, well, I keep thinking Keltos, that would be the Gales, but I think they just call them men here or humans or something like that. I don't I will certainly, when I get to talk to John from Warlord, we will learn much more about Slaine. And who knows? Well, I guess if I let him know soon enough, like maybe tomorrow, who knows? He might even bring some Slaine stuff with him. That's in addition to maybe whatever he might be bringing just for the vendor hall. Look at that there. So see, we got the light separated from our source lighting here by this area of some shadow. We better do that. No shadow, no dice. No dice there. Speaking of shadow, I might just throw some of this. That's the perline black, by the way. Might even do a minor pin line wash of that right there. Let me see something here. Okay, if I take this, gotta really get some of whatever that junk is out of that brush. I might just use my brilliant violet light here, mix that with the yellow. Let's try that and see if we can't maybe sneak a little more. Ah, there we go. Come on, over this one. Bingo, there we are. Ah, here, look at that. See that? Ah, that's what we needed to do there. I spy with my little eye an area here that should probably get a little bit more of the light. This might need to go the other direction here. Like there. Also there. Try some of our light again. Did a bit of our floral green mixed into that. Oh, there's a blade of, I was wondering what the heck is in the way. There's a blade of grass of all things. Whoops, I don't need all that fast white in there. Do some more of that down here again to lighten that up. A little more of our light over there. Let me touch it. Okay, I don't do too much on his arm there. The end of the hood on this cloak here is pretty raggedy, so we're just going to try and do a few little highlights here and there. Yeah, let me see if I can't do a bit more on this blade of grass. There we go. Blending brush here. I wonder if that, okay, let's see if this is light enough. We want to get the light on his fingers here, on the inside, and over here. So yeah, that was missing right there. That whole area starts to make just more sense. That whole thing, more sense. Do the same down in here. And two very, very different colors of glow, yet again, all the same ideas apply. Just again, using this as a bit of a blending brush here. So yeah, we have some fun little glow in his eyes there. Alright, we'll set him aside too, and now let's have some fun with these lads over here. Prussian blue. Gonna almost chuck in a little bit of a pin line wash there just to tint that. Like so. Alright, and now on our little plants here, we'll just take this perline black, get that to a pin line wash consistency, and chuck some of that into our reeds and cattails. These are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. You might remember these from all the Greyjoys that we did. I think we also did we do an army painting series with them? I don't have the whole unit here, but we do have the Greyjoys there. So again, kind of the same idea as what we did on these guys with the little cattails. Where did that go that we're just using? Throw some of that over here. Do that on these guys here. Again, the Perline Black, boom. All it is mostly just the dark brown primer right there. Now here, if we wanted to maybe have some gold or something on that, how's about we take the asphaltum and a touch of our Indian yellow. And that's not so much to darken that, it is really just to get some tinting on it. Some of that here. More of the asphaltum. Hit the cattails themselves. Going to chuck me some of that on there. It's just really weird to see these after having painted so many of the Keltos figures. Yeah, you know, I might stick with the. No, that's yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'll just do here some of the Perline red. Do we have some of our violet there? Yeah. Some of the violet. Again, more of that Perline red. I mean, we could use our fancy schmancy Perline crimson too. All series 6 of it. Something like that. And then I might just do that on his the loincloth there too. Okay, good to go. Now let's go back to that Perline black. Start breaking that down with the thinner again. Poof here on the ferns. Like so, and then on the reeds. And this tall grass. And 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. Let me see, I think as of somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 o'clock this evening, no, maybe about 4:30, these guys were not even on bases, much less primed or anything like that. So now I want to say somewhere around 3-ish this afternoon is when I just started prepping these guys. That's how fast this process can go. We have tons of basing videos on the Patreon page as well. I grab me a little bit of the Van Dyke brown here. Also here. Also here. Where's my little mix of asphaltum and Indian yellow? Poof right there. Maybe not all there. a little bit of knot work on this. Things must be messy before they can be neat, right? I mean, that's these certainly started out messy enough, didn't they? And then again, we're just gonna wait for some of this to set here, and we're gonna probably throw some more little shadowy, dark type things there in that. But we want to let that color set a little more. I want to do another. Maybe take a little bit of this. Different, something different with the hair. It's got some reddishness to it. And we'll just be painting up our Cuchulainn here. But we will try to do a little bit of a tartan pattern on him, of course. And then his little gobbo buddy here again. There's not a whole lot to him, but we'll just he's hilarious. He's every bit the little gobbo buddy that you would expect in the story. At least again, that you can check out the Slaine comic book. I don't know, Landris. Maybe I guess technically I have read a comic book or two because I have seen the Slaine comic books. I don't even know if they still are made now or anything like that. Nah, let's not do that. Let's do this instead. I think, yeah, we'll go just maybe steel for the helmets. Yep, let's put that on this too. Here's some of the Van Dyke Brown. Break it down. Boom, there you go. Super complicated, right? Super, super complicated. Here, let me throw some of this on the reeds and cattails. Some of that on a shield. Oh, that's right. Surface Tension found a Wicker Man, didn't he? Yes, he found a Wicker Man STL file. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Now we're gonna start getting a little bit of skin tone in here. Just sort of dry brushing that in. If it starts to mix with some of our glazy stuff, so much the better. More mixing, more better. Not even really sure what's in all this mix here. I mean, it's just mixing on this. Hey, Adams, nice to see ya. Adam, that I don't know. I do not have Heavy Metal or Heavy Metal magazine. But it's was it 80-2000 or something like that? I think that's what it was. And Judge Dredd is also part of that. What would you say? I guess not in the same universe, obviously, but it's the same folks that AD 2000 whatever. Fine, little pearline red. Let it mix with whatever the heck this is. Just let it all mix. Let it do its thing. What the heck? Why not? Thank you so much, German Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. This will be our next tutorial. This is going to go up, well, later. It's almost Monday, but this will be Monday the 15th. So this is our latest chapter studies video. That will go up on the Patreon page. Yes, there was freehand in there, and we had, we've got a lot of the same approach that we're doing here. In fact, a lot of the same colors, a lot of the pearline black that we just used here on our veggies. Also use that on our Dark Angel. Yeah, okay, that was a little more of the Perline red than I necessarily wanted. Oh, there's, by the way, this is there's opacity to this, even though it looks kind of like a glaze. It's not just a translucent color. There's actually opacity to it. We have some of our lighter color mixed in there. So Lethal Shadows, oh gosh, I thought I sent you a picture of at least having it set up. Lethal Shadows, believe it or not, I actually have a second one coming this way. Or no, it's already here. And I got some extra clips and some two extra camera 360 mounts. So Lethal Shadows, what's really nifty, I was very right in that you could potentially make two out of it. Well, you could actually make three if you get enough extra clips and such. So I got the second one to potentially maybe do a split one. While this one is, again, I'm hoping maybe tomorrow during the day to possibly at least do a little bit of test filming on that. So Lethal Shadows, it was every bit as spectacular. Now again, I haven't used it yet, but let's put it this way: it got all the stuff that was on the table is not on the table anymore. So it created several square feet of space that did not exist, that was really supposed to be there to begin with. Oh look, again we're using our Lethal Shadows brush here as a tiny filbert brush. You can see how there's a squareness to the bristles there, the way the oils help to kind of spread those out. And we're doing the same sort of dry brushy stuff that we would do with one of these. But you can see a little bit of a difference in the size there. Again, this is we call this our micro filbert right here. That is our wee little micro filbert brush. And make it, yeah, I didn't want maybe that much thinner on it, but I think it does. Yes, it does. So again, you can, oh, here, put it up against, you can see how nice and flat that is. That is that very wonderful sort of filbert brush shape that we have now. Look at what's happening, huh? Do things need to take a long time? No, they do not. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, I thought I already sent you pictures of it set up, and it took a matter of seconds. Well, several minutes, I guess, but I was thinking it was going to be a little bit more laborious than it was. No, it was not at all. And again, the clamps are real solid. And the nifty thing, Lethal Shadows, and I didn't really realize this, is that there's no long pole. It's several short pieces that you just add together and you say, this is the size I want it to be. And you keep adding poles until you make it the size you want. To me, that makes it even more amazing. Because I literally thought it was, okay, one long pole and maybe two adjustable poles. No, everything is completely adjustable. And at that price, well worth it. Now, okay, let's take this guy here. So look at, again, using this is our micro filbert. Look at so look at what we were able to do there in just a few seconds. Now we're going to do that on this guy here. Hey, paint water! Everybody, please give paint water sommelier a follow. So paint water, you know the drill. Please share some stuff in the chat. Great to see you again. Now, Lethal Shadows, those clips, they are heavy-duty clips, and the now again, I'll try to do the other one as a split thing to see how does it do when it's just one. You know, it's not up and over the table with two things, where it's just one. I have a feeling it's going to be doing just fine. So happy Sunday there, Paintwater. It's we got 3 minutes left of Sunday here. 3 minutes remain. Again, we're doing the dry brushy thing with our micro filbert Lethal Shadows brush. it saves a whole bunch of time, and it takes advantage of the oils, right? Because even though that looked kind of dry, none of this is dry. This is all very wet. All of this is mixing together on the fly here. Look at that. See, that's again mixing with what's already. Look at, see, that's a kind of a hard line. Oh, look at that. See how that's now mixed into the skin tone that we already have there? Yes, indeed. And just think, 1 hour and 35 minutes ago. That would be 95 minutes ago. Here's these two and these three. It's hard to get three in my hand there, but yes, all of this. Here, let me spin him around. There we go. So all of this, 95 minutes. 95 minutes ago, each and every single one of these guys looked like that. Dark brown primer. Once again, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. So again, Paintwater, if you want to share anything in the chat, please do that. That'd be sensational. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, there used to be well, the camera with the boom on the table. There were two lights. They were clamped to the side of the table, but they still were getting in my way. Now they're clamped to that boom. And actually, Lethal Shadows, I could still make that thing about 12 to 14 inches higher. That's not as high as it gets. So I will be just putting a couple of dragons and stuff together, and I'm just going to stick them underneath there. And who knows, you might be seeing that again, only again with one more section, because I have two more poles, which means I can make each end somewhere between 12, 13, 14 inches taller. So now depending, let's say your table is not super wide, you could practically make it almost 4.5 feet tall, something like that. Obviously, the more those links you use on the crossbar, the less tall it can be. But yeah, if you don't need to have a really wide expanse covered, you can also, again, you can combine these. Like I said, I have two of them now. So who knows, I might even use some of the extra ones to make this thing even taller if it needs to be. Who knows, maybe it needs to be 5 feet tall. I don't think so. I think that's, I think right now is about where I need it to be, but again, if it needs to be a little taller, we can do that. So again, we can still go lighter on this skin tone, but you can see the difference there. Look at that, between these two guys. And now we're going to do that again over here. There. So Paintwater, I hope that all the painting stuff goes well for you. We got back into our Bretonians. We did that one Pegasus Knight, and then our last stream we did the Green Knight. Might have been a just a little cursory freehand on there, nothing particularly crazy or anything like that. Pretty simple stuff, just a very easy pattern. So Lethal Shadows, I was actually going to look to see if I could get extra ones of those, if they sell those separately. Now, of course, I just got this on Amazon, so who knows, maybe... I know you can get the other stuff on their actual website with all of the other things that you see that are grayed out in the picture. Yeah, that it's just, I think Armored Wolf, when he first found those, they were all sold out of those. Like the complete rigs. Now again, more of that light over here. I think we'll get some, yeah, we'll get some regular metal colors in there. Here's another micro blending brush here. Again, that's going to just blend with what's already here. Hashtag no layers. I will be putting some green in the shadow areas of the skin tone as well. So see what I did? Just chuck that on there. Here, I'm going to take this here brush, integrate that. Boom, right? It happens quick. Don't blink. Do not blink. You know, we never really did get our mid-tone skin tone on his hand. That's alright. That's okay. Blending brush again. Hit this. He's just got some kind of boots on or whatever, so, or moccasins, so we don't have to put skin there. I'll try and get you a little bit lighter as well. Now these guys, they are not warp forged like our hero is. So that's his deal, is that he goes into kind of that warp rage or whatever it is. And then he, my guess is he starts really messing stuff up. Thank you so much, Archuros. So Archuros, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody please give Archuros a follow if you could. So Archuros, we are painting some fabulous miniature. Remember we were talking about Slaine Sunday a while back? Yes, this indeed is Slaine Sunday here, as we paint some interesting miniatures here from Warlord Games. Relatively new game of theirs. I think it's just a couple of years ago this came out, was introduced. Here's our, so 1 hour and 41 minutes ago, these two and these three, well, they had no paint on them. So yes, 101 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. I'm sure you're totally shocked by that, and the fact that there's object source lighting. And it shows we were just showing our last stream here. So that was the Green Knight. Got a little bit of freehand. These guys are also going to have some freehand. They're going to have some woad and tattoos on them. But yeah, there's the Green Knight. We painted him up on Friday. So Archuros, thank you so much for being here, of course. And everybody please give Archuros a follow. If you got anything you want to share in the chat, Archuros, you know the usual, go ahead and do that. Blending brush, we're using traditional oils here, like always, right out of the tube. Very efficient, very fast, very durable, very inexpensive, because you don't need a whole passel of colors. So Valfera, remember we've been talking about Slaine Sundays right here. So this is from Warlord. Remember this this coming weekend we got Little Wars. That's that convention there, and these again are from Warlord here. So yeah, this is the Slaine stuff that we've been talking about. So Valfera, as of about about 3 o'clock this afternoon, these guys weren't even on bases. Yes, we brought out the hot glue gun. We got out the tree bark. Yeah, that's the tree bark right there. And some Make It Epic basing bits. And we just went boom, 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 and slapped them on bases as fast as we could. So great to see you again there, Valfera. Alright, we're doing a little more of our... Oh, yeah, let's get some on his fingers here. So again, everybody please give Archuros a follow, and thanks again, Archuros, for that raid. Appreciate that. Now let's a little more here, and then we're going to slip back into our other one. Then we're going to get some of the green in there. Then we'll start doing the shields and the other things so that we can swing back around and then get to some of the tattoo type stuff. So Valfera, again, this is what we've been talking about, these our Slaine Sundays, which there might only be one, because this is all of the Slaine stuff that I have. Now we will be painting some more tomorrow, because I have this guy, his Warp Forge version, his little goblin buddy. Look at that little buddy right there. So here, let's do some of this here. And of course, for Valfira, if you want to share your dragon there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So yes, we were doing that. It was kind of a birthday / memorial type thing. This over the last 36 hours or so ago. So that's why we weren't able to do our stream yesterday like usual. Trying to set a little bit of our light that right up on it. So see, now we're not quite using it like a filbert. Oh, here we go. See, now it's got more of a tip on there, not quite so much the filbert. And that's what's neat about these, is that you can kind of go, kind of bounce back and forth between the two. And this, of course, is not our lightest light. We were just really efficient at getting dark. Let's just more of a light here. There. Some here. His fingers there. Now, of course, these are... This is almost like bones resin of some kind here. So it's kind of soft. It's kind of smushy. And it is not easy to get the mold lines out of here. So, and in some cases, we just sort of had to kind of leave them there. Did the best that I could with what I had. So, hey there, Artemichael. Well, hopefully you'll be able to take some solace with doing some Lord of the Rings stuff. And yes, Artemichael, I certainly have had that happen. I'm going to throw some more of that over here. Yeah, let's lighten this up over here. Maybe a little there. Blending brush. Boom, there we go. Yeah, Valfira, it was, well, obviously May, in some ways it was a bit of a advance thing on May, because mid-May is going to be, that obviously will have a little bit of significance to it. And I was telling folks that what I want to do is take one of the Syocathy miniatures as we get some more lights on here. And what I want to do is sculpt a Babo figure, because, you know, well, if you want to call it the regular one from Dark Sword, that has the little Jiro figure. So I want to basically sculpt a small little Babo and then have tons and tons of cookies. So it'll sort of be like a treasure hoard, but just all in cookies, because that's what Babo is all about. And of course, well, we also have this Babo. There he is. There's Mage Priest Babo. Look at that. Mage Priest Babo. Not going to look like that. However, he is the same color, and he does have laser beam eyes. So my goal is to try and get, again, something like that sculpted, and then in mid-May, when that day comes, we'll be painting that on stream. I'll probably still have some of the Axelis plants, and of course, now maybe some of the birch trees too, or we go full on like Moria, with just, again, instead of treasure, it's just chocolate, it's just cookies everywhere. And since this is a culinary channel, we are going to try something new in the air fryer that I was informed of just earlier today, because I stayed there overnight. Apparently, you can take chickpeas / garbanzo beans and put those in the air fryer. And you give them some nice little species and spices and all that kind of stuff. Well, apparently you get a really nifty result, a very crunchy little result out of that. So I am going to be trying that tomorrow, Valfira. So, Valfera, if you get some pictures, well, one way or another, if it all burns or something like that, I'll send you pictures, and if it all works out well, I'll send you pictures. But it's not just an object source lighting channel, right? It's also a cuisine channel. Ah, boy, ETN, that air fryer. I mean, it saves so much time. Not just the cooking time, but actually the cleanup time. It saves. Actually, that's where it really saves a lot of the time, is on the cleanup side of things. And of course, this summer we will try to do the dehydration. Probably just keep it simple: apple chips, banana slices, right? Turn those into some kind of dried chips or something like that. Who knows? It could be. Well, I don't know if it wouldn't exactly be an on-stream snack, given the fact that, well, we might have some stuff on our hands that we don't want to transfer onto the food. Belfair, I never heard of it before until this morning. But ironically enough, we had been sent, all the kind folks that were sending us stuff via the Amazon wish list, they sent us cans of chickpea/garbanzo beans because we wanted to make hummus out of it. I mean, not that I don't want to still make hummus, because love me hummus, more better. But this would be literally just pour the stuff in the air fryer with some spices and turn it on. Now, I cannot confirm nor deny. I might precede that with some bacon, as in some apple, some maple smoked bacon. Yeah, I cannot confirm nor deny that might happen, but it just might happen. Now, I might do some the red glowy eye thing on them too. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. We shall see how that goes. Hey there, Erdican Wife. Great to see. Everybody, please give Erdican Wife a follow. Of course, Erid, if you want to share your Pinterest links there, please go ahead and do that. Again, everybody, please give Erdican Wife a follow. Oh, you know what? Blending brush to the rescue. So yeah, Velfair. That was the original intention. Was for hummus. Because again, I could just basically eat hummus by the spoonful, not even have it with anything else. Because we did at one point, we were making our own hummus. So look at all that nice little shading going on. See all the different colors going on? We'll even be able to infuse some more in there. So I want to say, about 20 some minutes ago, these guys had no paint on them really, and certainly no skin tones. It happens quick. Don't blink. You blink, you lose. No blinking. Says the weeping angel. Alrighty. Now I'm going to wait. Time out. Where's that blending brush? Get yourself back out here. We'll do that. We'll do this. A little of that. And now, I'm not even going to do anything except take that Perline Black. Whoops. Okay. Done got too much thinner in that. We'll backtrack a smidge here. There we are. That maybe doesn't have to be quite... Oh. No, let me lighten this up a tiny bit here. I'm just kind of targeting some of these here shadow areas. Blending brush, look at that. See you in a bit there, ETN. Thanks for being here, of course. Velfair, I would, I mean, obviously lots of your proteins and your irons and the vitamins and all that kind of stuff, as some folks might say. So I'm down with that, right? Now, of course, Valfera, who knows if it makes a nice crunchy snack? Maybe we break out the mustard and we have it with some mustard. Of course, we would only have the type of mustard where you scoop it out with a spoon, right? None of those deadly squeezy containers. We're smart enough to know that it's a trap, right? Those squeezy containers, that is just a trap. While I've got it here, just gonna dry brush that on there. Everybody, please check out the Pinterest link that Arid just shared. Oh boy, Art and Michael. I'm just looking to see if I can reach. No, I don't. I think they're all packed away. I know that Medbury has one. Now, Art and Michael, I guess if you're looking for one that is closest to the GW1, Davale has one, but Dandelion and Middle Earth has one. And I'm thinking maybe that's the direction you would want to go because, I mean, look at this, right? I mean, I ain't saying, I'm just saying. So Dandelion and Middle Earth is where you might want to go for that. Art of Michael. No, oh, here, wait, get me back to my green over there. That's going under here. Fine, we'll throw a little thinner in there, whatever. I don't want to wipe out that really nifty violet color. However, I'm just looking to get a little bit of my green in here. Having painted so many different Celtic figures, whether they were Keltos miniatures or Confrontation miniatures, remember those? Where they literally had a bunch of Celts. They spelled it with a K because, well, reasons, I guess. So look at that. See how we've kind of infused that with a wee touch of green there. And I'm going to take their blending brush to that. Show me a little bit more of that here in a couple of spots. Where's our third guy? Here he is. There he is. Just throw some of that here. Now, I don't know. I think that might be sort of like a blowpipe type of a thing. I don't know anything about the Slaine game. I'm sure John's going to tell me a whole bunch about it when it comes time. You know what? I'm going to get a little bit of a start there. The other reason I'm putting the green in the skin tone, right, is because we're going to have all kinds of foliage on this base. It looks very very blank right now, right? But there's going to be a bunch of foliage on there. We'll just wait for the oils to dry. We got a bunch of tall grass and other tufts that we'll throw on there. There, look at that again. Taking the blending brush to it here. I'm just going to chuck this on here. And then we'll take the blending brush to it. Actually, Valfera, his sister, ended up actually with a couple of just regular eggs after Easter. Guess I got to use those, so maybe, who knows, we try and utilize that. Alright, let me just start to get a little bit of this. It's the ice blue. The ice blue mixed with, well, whatever the heck else is on the brush, because I don't care. You can see we really worry about the minor details there, don't we? So yeah, I'm pretty sure we have, again, some really substantially large containers of chickpeas there. And apparently something like, I don't know, 10 minutes in the air fryer, boom, they're good to go. If that is the case, we may have to, I'm sure Valfera will have to play around with cooking times and, well, what kind of spices we are actually going to use. We might find some that work really well, others maybe not as much. Just trying to figure out what we want to do with the shield here. Again, we're just, now you can see less of the filbert end. Well, now we're kind of back to the filbert end as we start doing some dry brush type stuff on there. But you can see already the helmet's starting to emerge there. Oh, you know what? Ooh, that's that would be really nifty. Yes, indeed. It also got me thinking there, Valfira, doing that and as croutons in a salad. Yes. Little crunchy croutons in your salad right there. That could be tasty. This is the, oh, what is this? That's the, actually, radiant blue. That's actual radiant blue right there. So yeah, Valfira, that's a good idea that you got there. That would not be horrible, I think, right? I would certainly be healthy. Certainly more healthy than actual croutons. That's, yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Oh, by the way, this here, not the lightest we can go. We will certainly be going lighter. Now, up here, there's a whole lot of devastation from the mold line. So we're kind of almost painting in the detail. So yeah, Valfira, me thinks that this has got to happen. Especially since I don't have any foods ready to go, or anything from the meat crate thawed out. However, I can get me some salad ingredients and well, make some very healthy croutons. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought it possible? Now, do I want to go with a rusty thing on the? Maybe not. Maybe not. I am going to try and get a little something here on the sword blade. Come on, there we go. Where's that blending brush? Bam. Now, how's about... I just want to see what happened there. Again, look at the difference already. Where did you go? There you are. I'm going to actually get me some more of my fast matte white out here on the palette. That would be this. There it is. Some fast matte white here. We are ready to go. So 2 hours ago, all 5 of these had no paint on them. So just imagine what'll happen tomorrow. And we only have to do 4. Talk about don't blink, holy smokes. If you blink once, they might just all be done and that'll be the end of the stream. So just tape the eyelids open. You use that special athletic tape or whatever. Tape them open so that you can't blink. You might need like a special partner or something like that to drop some Visine in your eyes every few minutes or so they don't dry out, but you certainly don't want to blink. Trying to get me a touch of light here, and I might come back maybe with a little bit of some indigo in here. Either that or maybe we do throw some rust in there. I don't know if I really... Yeah, I don't think we want to necessarily get into the range of rust here. I was thinking with the horns, maybe not with the light stuff there. So maybe keep the horns a little darker, at least on these guys. Always trying to kind of think of something maybe a little bit different coloration-wise. I know that probably is going to end up being more of a gold there or something. We can still go lighter than this, actually. This is not our lightest light either. Can see we're catching ourselves some edges now, and all of a sudden the darker stuff, well, that just starts to emerge, doesn't it? Look at that. Blending brush here. Like so, taking the edge off of some of those. Now, let me play around with our Prussian blue here. Alright, there we go. There we are. That's too much. We'll back off a little bit. That maybe that's where I want that to be. Yeah, let's try this. Might even throw a little touch of that in here. Just working that into this area here. All we did there, remember, was just a little sort of a pin line wash of that Prussian blue to maybe infuse that with something darker. No. Make that a little lighter here. I don't want to go too light, because then our light here not going to have as much of an impact. Let's not go too crazy with that. Throw a little bit more of that here. Yeah. Let's get a little of the... there we go. We need to reflect some of that on our skelly friend there. Blending brush. Do that here. That's why I get no layers. Right, hashtag no layers. I'm gonna take me the Van Dyke Brown. That's gonna go here. I'm actually gonna thin that down a little. Blending brush here. And see how that is getting lighter now? When in doubt, what do? We make things darker. Also, just taking the blending brush to this. So yeah, I have to remember to skedaddle over to the store tomorrow. Get ourselves some salad ingredients. That will certainly be eaten nice and healthy. It could just be a whole week of salads and chickpea croutons. Yeah, I like the idea of those being a little bit darker now. Let me try to infuse a little more of our... Ooh, that's... I could see that was a whole lot of thinner right there. A whole lot of too much thinner, especially if I'm doing this. And keep in mind the... again, a mold line runneth through it. Oh, actually, Art of Michael on the Dandelion of Middle Earth, you're going to find those most likely on her Cults 3D, not on My Mini Factory. I think that's where you would have to look for those. I just realized that I'm still used to all that stuff being on My Mini Factory. I think there's you got like the tribes or something on the My Mini Factory, but not kind of your regular selections like that. As we catch a couple of edges there, see a couple of edges. Taking some of the lightest light, just trying to catch again a few of these little edges here. Trying to make some of this stuff a little lighter, not too much with the thinner, of course. What is happening along here? Let's get a little bit of the light into there, maybe. A little something more right here. And maybe, yeah, I think I need to infuse a little bit of light into this. Taking that blending brush, of course. So that shield and the helmet and everything didn't take terribly long now, did it? So yeah, Abadu, it is very much like that. I think this is actually even softer than, say, the Siocast. I couldn't tell you by how much, but it seems a little smushier. So I was using the sanding sticks. It's the same stuff that we use for getting rid of mold lines on the... Let me try and make this in some yellow here. Same stuff that I'll use on the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. You know what? I'm going to try this and some of that. Ah, yeah. Blending brush again. Oh my god, I don't know how many times we spent a whole bunch of extra time doing things like these horns. Whereas here it's just, we'll chuck some of this lighter stuff on there, take the blending brush, and poof, things are done in a matter of seconds. Now that's what you call doing things the speedy way.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much, Corn Dog. Appreciate that. Well, now that's probably something you can make in an air fryer too. Yeah. Wouldn't happen to be a done lending, are you? It's like, done landings? No, done lendings. It's like, dude, we don't have banks. Wow, I'm out. And of course, here's our fabulous... Oh, we rolled our very first Gandalf 6, right? On our last follow of the last stream. What do we got here? Uh-oh. That's 2 straight. That is 2 straight Gandalf 6s right there. So thank you so much, Corn Dog. Yeah, Abadu, it's sorry about that. It seems like that's just kind of how that goes, right? With the Siocast stuff, it's like, ugh. Now again, we appreciate Reaper for doing the Siocathies and such, and I will again try to take one of those and we'll sculpt ourselves a little Babo and a whole bunch of cookies. Oh, gee whiz. Some skelly friends over here. Let's get these. Almost forgot about this. And sort of make it a bit like a treasure hoard of some kind of cookies. Ooh, gee whiz. Something tells me that if Prinkles should show up during that stream, he's going to be tempted to show up. He better not, because as we know, there is one in all of Wappleville. There is one person that can banish Prinkles very easily. So Prinkles may not want to be showing his little furry self right there. That could maybe not go so well for Prinkles. And we're going to have to get some of our later stuff on the cattails here. That's about we not forget about that. Get 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. We have done several several videos now using and several figures of various types using those. I'm gonna get the. Probably just should have used that fast mat and wait along with that, but give this a go. Again, I want to have all of the painting on these done by at the end of tomorrow's stream, so that they have enough time to dry, so that we can add all of our foliage and such. Because we want that to happen. Of course, Abadu, I don't know if you had a chance to share any of your stuff there in the chat, but if you wanted to do that, please go ahead. See if I can't catch a couple little bits of some light there on that. I'm gonna do a little pinline washy thing of our Indian yellow there on this part of the sword hilt. I think, yeah, we're gonna do that. Hit this. Did I get the? No. Okay, I already did it. However, might actually change that a little. And remember, we're gonna have our Woden tattoos on these guys. Now, looky here. It happens pretty darn quick, doesn't it? Happens very, very fast. Again, don't blink. Don't blink. Where's my... Yeah, we'll try this. That is going to go here, and then also over here. The asphalt. Oh, no, 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 no. No. Green. Right? Because we're not going to... I was like, oh yeah, we'll reflect that brown. No, we're going to have all that greenery there, so... Pearline black. Instead of Van Dyke brown. Here we go. Also, see, that's going to reflect his leg there. Metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. It is written in the book. So it is written, so it shall be done. And of course, contrast more than just light versus dark. Now that these have set for a bit, we'll come back to these too, because we want to do some more stuff there. But here you go, Velfira. A little bit of this here. Film noir. Zoink. So all of us, I mean, yeah, there is a bit of a value differential this time around, right? Also, take a look at this and a special notation on the skin tones here. Now, when we bring these back, you should be able to see there's stuff that's got some red in it, some grayish green in it, and yes, you can. Yeah, there's some of that reddish stuff, and there's some, look at, see that grayish green down in there. I'm taking some of the pearline black here. That is going to go on to the shield in a few points. Not just looking for darks, but also again some sharper edges too. Little more thinner in that. And there we go. So yeah, Velfir, obviously a little more subtle, not quite as dramatic, say, as the... Oh gosh, what is that? Our figure from the Fey Enchantress. Maybe not quite as bold and as stark and startling as that, but kind of still in the same neighborhood, right, Velfira? Blending brush. Oh, look, we got that green. It's even mixing in with our skin tone, which is reflecting, of course, on the shield, like here. Blending brush. Boom. That's just primer, by the way. We are literally just kind of scumbling and blending the coat into the primer. Now, let me try and set with the Where did that go? Okay, there's our fast map. I'm going to try to break it down a little bit here and see what sort of lightest lights we can find on this guy here. So just imagine what we got here. 5 miniatures, and we're 2 hours 20 minutes in, so we're, if this was a 4-something hour stream, right, that's how we're going to get five miniatures into a 4+ hour stream with object source lighting, with non-metallic metals, with a lot of freehand design and such. Yes, okay, this is making a difference. All right, that's good. I was hoping that we still had not done, say, the lightest of light colors, and we had not, which means we still have those available to us. That's why we don't start chucking around that stuff like white right away. That's why we use kind of those as radiant colors. Let me find a few little lights on that sword there. Also some light here. Lessen the impact of those slightly. And again, here I think we're just going to utilize the Indian yellow to do some tinting on the... that was a little more than we wanted. Yeah, just try and use that a bit as an eraser there. Nope, I gotta take some paint off of them. I saw a huge blob on the end of the brush. I said, no, we best take some of that away. See what I can do here for those eye slits. Lighten you up a little bit there. So again, these are from Warlord Games. I don't know exactly when Slaine first came out. Again, that's Slaine. I want to say back in 22 or 23 is when it came out. So again, it's not a super old game, but not exactly brand new. I didn't want to be calling a new system or a new game or something like that. Well, people say, oh, was it a Kickstarter or whatever? It's like, no, it's been around a little bit. And I'm going to try and chuck a little reflected light down there. We're taking our blending brush again. Alright, to push some of that around. You can really see the difference there, right, in the helmets and the shields. Really, really simple stuff. Doing a number of simple things taken together. Well, it's kind of like a tasty food, tasty meal there, right? Just individually, maybe it's okay. Well, like a salad, okay, salad, big deal, whatever. Well, wait a minute. What if you were to make some chickpea crunchy croutons for yourself? There, all of a sudden, your salad takes on a little more bite to it, doesn't it? Same thing with the miniature painting. Now, this stuff was not in the way. I would be tempted to do some little gems here on his belt or whatever, but you can't see those, so there is no point in doing that. We'll leave those just as metal or rivets or whatever. Bring out this guy again so you can really see the difference that made. So see you later there, Abadoo. Thank you so much for being here, of course. Appreciate that. I do hope that we can see you tomorrow or later today, because it is now tomorrow. Indeed. Fine, I'll throw this over here. We got a light green that's gonna go into our leaves here. Like that. Here. These leaves don't have to worry about any glowy stuff or anything, so... No. I'll just use this. I think that'll make it go a bit faster. Also using it like a filbert brush, which means we can sort of do a bit of dry brush stuff with it. This is not terribly different from that lighter green that we were infusing into the skin tone not too long ago on all three of these guys. Now I don't have the box in here with me, so again I don't know what they are called. But all you got to do is head over to the Warlord site and peruse that, and I'm sure that'll let you know what it is. Alright, so yeah, now we've gotten some more of the lighter green there. Let's take it another step further here. Fine, I'll throw a little bit of you into here. Okay, that should be a little lighter. Well, okay, that's even lighter than I thought it was going to be. So the blending brush emerges, and it's like an eraser. There are no mistakes with the oil painting, just well, makeup sponges and blending brushes. It'll be really fun to get into some of the tattoo and woad on these guys as well. Throw some of that down here. Come on, there we go. Where are we at here? There we are. More of our light again on the end of this tall grass. We used a bunch of this, remember, on our Farharad Mahood riders to create that savanna type of a thing. That was another one of our basing videos that we did for the Patreon page. I have a sort of a supplementing your armies video that I'm going to be doing where I'm just basing a whole bunch of figures. It's not part of an army painting series because most of the figures will be painted on stream, but it'll be a little series of those because I've got a bunch of casualties to add to bases of all types, and some of them are Dark Sword figures for more tutorials and such. Some of the dragons, now that we have that's what I want to do, is get the dragons on some bases so that we can try out that new camera boom and see how that works. There we go. So now we got some lighter stuff there. So again, you can see the difference here. It does not take very long. Let's try this lad over here, shall we? See what happens with him. Back to our blue here. Sword blade. Sword blade. Leaving that skin tone there, right? Reflecting, yes. I'm gonna, fine. I'll stick with just the regular metal core. Not gonna do the gold. just doing this. Where are we at here? Let me get again. That's our just our blue there. Blending brush. Blammo. I really wish I had this for all the times I had to do stuff like this. These little conical things like that. That would have certainly made life significantly easier. Let me get some of this bluish gray up here, and you can see that's not just our primer there, but we remember we threw a little bit of a glaze of mostly the asphaltum over the top. Look at this. See how that's blending together? It's almost, now we did no pre-glaze on these. There was no pre-glaze, however, it was almost like we did a bit of a secondary pre-glaze, if you want to call it that. Let's go back to this side now, and a bit more there. Start to see what we're doing with these rivets here on the inside. You can see how he's kind of rocking back and forth. That's how soft, again, this material is. So just be aware. I thought these would be metal miniatures, because like some of the others, more specialized Warlord stuff. So again, I'll have to ask why the kind of the Siocast material here when I've never seen anything else. Now, who knows? It could be, you know, the production company that they contract to make these. Maybe it's not the same as all, say, the Bolt Action and Hail Caesar stuff. Could be that way. Yeah, let me just throw a little blending brush action into that. Same thing over here, blending brush action. Now we're near our lightest light. Remember, we can certainly go lighter than this. Let me see if I can get a little reflected light there. Then blending brush. Work some of the asphaltum in there. No, that should just be allowed to remain lighter here. Was that blending brush again? Fast matte white. Now, let's see what happens here. Poof, there we are. That was really going to make quite the difference. Somehow gotta, we'll have to come back with our dark there and separate that. Just there's a bunch of, again, a lot of mold line incidents happening up here, so that is something where we'll have to kind of restore some of the detail with the paint. It happens. Yeah, let me get these guys down here. This edge up here. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, I know that Mantic, they've switched to do an STL, well, not switch, you can get the regular cast Armada ships, but they also now have them in STL files. So for folks like us who just want to be able to print those out, you can get the STL files. So much better. But again, I'll find out why this particular material Hey, Sean, nice to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. Well, now it's a happy Monday. It's almost 1 in the morning on a Monday here. Thanks, John. Appreciate that. And maybe check a little bit of that in there. Oh, you can still see it. Yeah, see it. Look at it. It's mixing with that little bit of post glaze that we threw in there. And again, you can see now this is starting to get closer to what we had there. So happy Monday to you. I believe it's 1. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here. Just a few minutes shy.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
And we're going to welcome our newest little hobbit. Oh, thanks so much, Corn Dog. Appreciate that. So 240k, how you doing? Dude, I don't have any money to lend you. It's like, what? I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, well, the last guy, you were asking if I had a bank. It's like, there's what's a bank? Wow, even he still reeks of pipe weed. Thank you so much, 240k. Appreciate that. So, Corn Dog, the brushes that we're using here, well, we've been using our liner brush. Again, this is the Lethal Shadows paint scythe here. And this is the one where you can change out the tips, right? You have, I think, are these the 00, 000? Those are the 000 right there. So you can change out those tips. And then we've got these brushes here. So you can get these, some like Dick Blick or Michaels, Hobby Lobby, whatever. These are the Princeton Velvet Touch. So we use a variety of filbert brushes, and then we have these short liner brushes. The short refers to the handle, not to the bristles. We want the longer bristles. Both of these are in that $5 to $5.30 range. And of course, here again, 2 hours 37 minutes ago, these two and these 3 had no paint on them. They all just looked like Cowan and his little goblin buddy here. They were just dark brown primer. We have been using, of course, the oil paints. Here's our big 3. There's the big 3. So Windsor Newton, Gamlin, and Williamsburg. These 2 are darn near identical in price and quality. Really solid stuff. Good paints. This is going to set you back more because of the whole handmade, right? This is handmade artist oil, so it's going to set you back more, but it's certainly worth it. It is definitely worth the extra. And again, you don't have to get a ton of them, and yes, don't have to get them all at once. That's the nice thing. You get them when you can get them. Now we're going to throw, a little bit more light on these things here. And a little more light up here. Get these guys. Now here we might come back with the with the Indian yellow here. And that's to tint this. It's not so much to either lighten it or even darken it, but just to tint it. Again, that's a really fun thing that you can do with the oil paints. And these are just synthetic brushes. They're not sables or anything like that. Yeah, we gave up on the sable brushes a long time ago. Where's my there we go. So just this little craft brush right here, which we're going to use as a blending brush. We are going to see if we can get a little more of our light on the edges of these guys, like you do. Nah, don't like that. Oh, look. Blending brush. Like an eraser. Oh, wow. Look at that. That was really difficult right there. Not only do we have our light color there, but we actually have blending. Yes, that is actually blended. So how many seconds did that take? Or you could do it layer after layer after layer. 10 generations of your family later, you might have it all shaded. Or maybe we do it this way. Maybe we just do it this way. Or hitting our light there. Okay, I'm gonna get some of our dark back into this. Where's my liner brush? There we are. Van Dyke Brown. Come on, more Van Dyke Brown. There you go. And now this is where we kind of paint back in details that may or may not have been kind of wiped out via mold lineage. Now we're also going to change this around. I think we're going to, yeah, we'll go darker on the end of the horns and lighter up here. So we're doing that. What are we at up here? I want to steal away a little bit of our light there. Now, let me grab. That is our, a little bit of the Terrosa. Gee whiz, we need more of that Indian yellow. Let's try this to start with here. Come on, a little more there. More here. Now, let me backtrack to some of that. Mix that in here. Because the hair's going to be lighter. That's why I'm doing the darker ends of the horns. Because the hair is going to be lighter. Also, we're going to actually even fuse a little of that into the hair, into the beard, just to start with here. Okay. Fine, I'll even take a little bit of our floral orange and mix that into here. We'll do that. Whatever. I might try to get myself a little bit more of my Hansa yellow light out on the palette. There's not much left of that intact. Back to the lighter stuff here on his beard there. I think that's maybe hair from the other side as well. Vast matte white into that. And we're going to try and find some of the lightest lights in the hair. Ooh, yeah. How about this thing here? Bit, yeah, a little lighter stuff on the beard there, sure. And there we are. Ooh, I might, let me try this. Crazy as this is, it's actually got a little bit of the violet in there. I know it's crazy, but it just might work. That's got a little bit of our No, didn't want to do that one. So we'll again do the eraser thing. We're going to start pushing some of this around too. There. I mean, that was basically just primer in there. Now here, maybe I do infuse a little of this. We're also going to try and throw some green on here. Well, look at what's sitting right underneath there. One of our little sneaky plants. So I think we should do that here. And then take some of that, and we're just gonna boom hit this plant here. Let me see if there's another. Did those? Let me just. While I've got that, let me get this too. Some of the grass, some of this, some of this. Some green there, some green there, green everywhere, all over the place. Green everywhere. Take some of that. That gets even lighter now. All right, let me go back to this one here. These are 3D printed. Again, basing bits from Make It Epic. There's a little bit of that green over there. Hey, there's surface tension. Great to see you. Happy Slaine Monday. Yes, we've been hammering away at 5 of these here, and these we'll be again swinging back around to these. So these are a couple of them here, and then there's these 3 guys right here. So surface tension, if you want to share your Mastodon link there with all your fabulously painted stuff, please go ahead and do that. We were not kidding about the green. Boom, yeah, we're going to chuck some of that in here. Because look, we got some of the orangey red. We got green now. Totally makes sense having all this. Now, yeah, let's get some green over there too. Also, on the sword. Why? Because there's going to be a whole bunch of greenery there, right? We need to have that reflected. That is what we're doing here, is reflecting that green. So yeah, this and it just took a matter of seconds, surface tension. It really did not take terribly long. I mean, to hit these guys, we got some of the greens in the shadows and such. It really, it's just fabulous what the oils let us do. So again, everybody please check out the link that Surface Tension is about to post. Some, again, really, really amazing miniatures painted in the oil paints. So Surface Tension, I'm going to be doing the rest of them on tomorrow, well, the later today stream. Yeah, we will be doing the rest of those. It's basically Cuchulainn, his little goblin buddy, his warp forged version, or his warp forged form. So there's again, there's the regular Cuchulainn there, and here's that's our Dark Angel. So yeah, and then this crazy warp forged form right there. So everybody please, again, check out the fabulous stuff posted by Surface Tension. Again, really nifty oil painted miniatures. Let me get the little lights on some of this here. We kind of went back in with the midtones. Now we're coming back with some of our lightest light here on these guys. And these guys. So, yep, this is Slaine from the 2000 AD comic there. I actually, for some reason, I ended up, maybe it came with actually a batch of Keltos figures, but I have, I think, one or two of them. I don't know how many there are. And remember Surface Tension? We were talking about the Wicker Man that was in one of those comics there, and glad you're able to find one of those Wicker Man figures there. Oh, that's right. I gotta hunt that down on my mini factory there, so that we can try and get one of those printed out. Actually, Surface Tension Landras was able to find a 3D printable roundhouse. So I'm going to try and print that out, and then we can have that as a little bit of an environment here for our Slaine guys. Oh, thanks, sorry, Surface Tension. I was away, so I actually thought you did. But thank you so much. Yeah, that's why I wasn't able to do the stream yesterday like normal. Yeah, working on some more of this here. Some little chips and everything there in the metals. See what we got going on. Oh yeah, we should do a little light there and a little bit there too. Blending brush. Something there. Blending brush again. Surface Tension, we've also been covering a few recipes here. Yeah, so we're going to be trying some new interesting food type things this week. We shall see how that goes, because again, this is a culinary channel as well. Yeah, Surface Tension, I hope that all went well, and hopefully no weird injuries or anything like that. Because, well, mishaps can happen sometimes. Now we got ourselves a bit of an edge on that sword. Like so. We shall do that on this side too. You know what? I'm also going to take the indigo. Oh yeah, we can really darken that up nicely. Again, some key areas. I think there, see, some of our lighter code just sort of snuck down in there where we didn't necessarily want that to go. Looking to sharpen up these a bit too. Like so. More that indigo, that will go down in here. Just gonna darken that up. Oh yeah, we didn't quite do that one. Let's maybe fix up that edge there a little. Blending brush again, and we will ultimately again do some of the woad and other type stuff there on the arms and wherever else we can squeeze that in. So now let's keep pushing him away. There we go. So now he's starting to look a little bit more like what we have here. Thanks so much there, Surface Tension. Ooh, let me get some of this back out here. I'm really curious to see what that is going to look like. Again, I don't remember how many of the comics I have. It's two, maybe three tops as far as actual publications or whatever that I've got. I don't know how many there were. I knew there was clearly more because the story just kind of suddenly ended and that was the end of that. Again, I'm going to throw me a little bit of the Indian yellow on here. Perhaps a little Indian yellow, maybe even some pearly and red. Trying to get some light on this too. We have a bunch of the dark. That starts to change a little bit more. Might even just chuck a little bit of the yellow on here and just again to get some difference. Now reflected light on these guys too. They're supposed to be middle. They should reflect. And maybe this is well, what they're reflecting here. So yeah, Bithron, it's all AD 2000 AD or AD 2000. Same folks that did Judge Dredd, and actually, Bithron, they do have a Judge Dredd game, I believe. Yeah. So Warlord, that was first. I think they came out with that before they came out with the Slaine game there, Bithron. Of course, Bithron, if you want to share your fabulous terrain stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Great to see you there, Rocket. Happy Monday to you. I almost said happy Tuesday because I keep thinking this is my Monday stream here. It sort of is, but it's also not. That makes any sense. So yeah, we got yellows in here, we got reds, we got greens, we got all kinds of stuff happening on this. So yeah, I think that was the first one that they did was the Judge Dredd stuff, and then they came out with Slaine. Maybe that a year after that. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Bithron just posted there. So Bithron, I hope that your weekend was okay. Probably not as ideal as you would want it to be, but Strontium Dog, that's the other. I remember John talking. He was all excited about Strontium Dog. He even did like a Facebook Live or something, and he must have said Strontium Dog a whole bunch of times. Because even I remember that. How you doing there, Neshlin? Happy Monday to you. So Neshlin, I hope that your week is off to a grand start. There, let me do this. A little more of this here. Again, some light down there. Again, just there's yellow. There's all kinds of colors going in here. There's a little bit of everything going all over the place. Because that's especially something like this, right? And believe it or not, I do the same thing with, well, say bolt action figures. Right, so that instead of just, oh look, it's it's just green or it's just khaki. No, I try to make sure there's lots of variations in all of that, and that sure makes them a whole lot more interesting to look at. I'm gonna try and chuck a little bit of reflective light right in there. Oh yeah, we got this here blending brush. See, it doesn't wipe it out, but what it does do, see, it blends it with what's already there. So that gives it a little different look here. Right, then that shield. Let me see, there we go. So some High Elves and some Sigmarines. Actually, Rocket, if you wanted to share some of those in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Neshland, if there's stuff that you've been working on that you might also want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So we're only just now approaching the 3 hour mark. We're working on 5 miniatures, 2 of which have object source lighting, and the other 3, well, they're going to have freehand. They also have obviously the non-metallic metal stuff. So yes, yes, yes. The oils are just fantastic. And that's why we suggest you check out Surface Tension's link there with all of those really wonderfully painted figures in the oil paints. Just like what we're using here. Now that Indian yellow we're talking about, I mean, remember that is again a very translucent color. We gotta start infusing this with thinner. Now, what's weird is it is a super translucent color, however, it's ultra thick, which means it takes quite a bit to be breaking that down into said pinline wash. So that's why it's taking a little while here. We're just trying to infuse, again, some of the thinner into this. Hopefully that is not... Okay, that's just about it. That is just about what we needed there. A little more in here. Like right there. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you were able to find kind of the right pieces and parts and such to it, so you could do that surface tension. I'm sure it's going to look really, really fabulous. Throwing some of that on the beard, sure. Some of that over here, sure. And some of that out here. Now, let's get to our third guy here. So again, where's our... Yeah, there we go. So we'll hit our third guy here. 5th figure overall, and again, we only just now crossed over that 3-hour plateau. Well, we're back to our blue here. And we'll just start to hit things like sword blades and such. Here, let's do this side. Yeah, okay, we'll let that get lighter. That stays darker. And you can see this is becoming that filbert brush. Now here I was thinking of doing that more as, say, a gold. So I think we'll stick with that. Look at this. See how it's... That glaze that we put on there, see how it's mixing with that? And it kind of dirties up the metal just a little bit. So it's almost... It's like automatic weathering. I didn't have to even do anything there. It just happened. Like down here, oh, this you can't hardly even see it with all the grass and everything. The strategically placed grass, by the way. And remember, there's going to be more with the actual foliage and stuff there too. So even more of this will actually be hidden. Cannot confirm nor deny. A little bit of clever strategy right there. You know, I'm going to go with the... Yeah, I was thinking about doing gold on that, but I think we're just going to stick with this. Again, letting that just mix with what's on there already. Now, oh, Bithron, if you wanted to share some of the mechs that you've painted, well, Bithron, it's been a while since. Speaking of which, when's the last time you had a chance to paint some mechs? I mean, I know you've been blasting through all your tiles and everything, and doing your superheroes, but I think it's been a little while now since you last did some mechs. I mean, it could be months maybe since you last did some mechs. All right, we'll lighten this up a little more here, and I don't need to do too much because I'm still working with this blue here. Remember, we let this kind of infuse itself and mix into the glaze that we had there. All right, so yeah, that's almost 4 months right there, I think, right? Yeah, it has been a while. So it's always good, Bithron, right, to kind of rotate things around. Keeps everything fresh. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Insta there, and of course the GoFundMe campaign that is still going as well. And again, we appreciate all the folks that have helped out with that too. That has been really, really important for us with all of the crazy stuff that's going on, even over the last several months here. Let's see if I can lighten you up, and some of that here, and then some of that up here. It happens pretty darn quick. It does not take terribly long. Where's my lighter green? Hopefully that's not too light. But we'll use our little micro filbert. Again, this is from Little Shadows Gaming right here. And this is the, what is this, the 1 point. So you got, then there's also the 0, the 00, the 000. But ironically enough, this is kind of a fave of mine, the very large 1 tip. I'll use the 000s. I actually use those with the acrylics instead of using my liner brushes with the acrylics. Alright, now I'll let that set, and we'll switch on over here to here, let's get some of the red, some of the Napsol red. I'll start to lighten you up a little bit here. Guess a little bit more of the Napsol here. Let me start breaking this down a little more. I might even just chuck a little bit of my white in there too. Yeah, surface tension, it's just kind of nice having the micro filberts, because well, you've seen some of the things we've been able to do here in just no time flat with the micro filberts, and then of course our micro blending brushes here. Let's see if I can't throw a little bit of this on the loincloth too, at least up here. Maybe a smidge down there. There we are. Well, okay, that was not quite supposed to be so much of that. Let me see what we have here. Is this going to work? We'll start with that. We'll throw some of that up here. Now we have that Hansa yellow out here. We're going to throw some of that on to maybe some of the hair too here, and the beard. And also on the sword. And oh, we got these guys too. Alright, got a little bit of that on the hair, but rest will be more like a Van Dyke brown, I think. Yeah, surface tension, the first time that I noticed that the oils actually like preserve your brushes or restore your brushes was some old destroyed Winsor Newton Series 7s that I was just about to chuck in the garbage. And then for whatever reason, I think I accidentally grabbed one of them and used it for the oils. And I went, when did I have a brush with 2.5 hairs on it? And it was one of those really beat up, destroyed Winsor Newton Series 7s. And it was almost like it brought it back to life. That was quite the realization, needless to say, surface tension. Going to do a little smidge of the dry brushy stuff there. Come on, get me on that helmet there. Also here. Might try to infuse a little bit of the indigo back into that too. So again, chucking around a whole bunch of reflected light and wild stuff here. Now surface tension, let me see, what is it now? It's 134. So as of 2:30 this afternoon, I wasn't even here. So yeah, 11 hours ago, I was not even in this house, and none of these figures were even on bases. That's how quick this has all come about. There's, what, 9 of these things? Yeah, I threw them all on bases. And then I tried to sleep for an hour and a half. And then while that was happening, all the hot glue and everything was all cured. Or curing. And then I put all of the texture paste, my homemade texture paste on these. I did a few other things. I tried to eat something while that was curing and drying. And then I slapped on some primer. Then I started getting the stream ready, doing all the graphics and such. And then 3 hours and 12 minutes ago, we hit go on the on Streamlabs, and well, we've been streaming ever since. Of course, well, the basing bits, right, surface tension, those help a whole ton. And this is just a tree bark here, so tree bark. And the hot glue gun now helps. Yeah, I do a lot of stuff with the hot glue gun. Now, hey, Bithron, there was something that someone was telling me earlier today, that if with the Proxon you use the right temperature, you can actually have that, cut your foam, but not actually generate a lot of that black smoke. So I guess you can play with the temperature a little bit on that Proxon and maybe not have it be quite as, deadly, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Need a bit of infuse some of that dark there. I just got the indigo here, by the way. And keep in mind, we still want to do the wood and that kind of stuff here on our guys. Also going to try to infuse a little bit of the indigo there. Here's my blending brush. Well, thank you so much, Nestlin, for being here. Appreciate that. And hopefully work goes very well for you. Of course, the one hilarious thing is now we've got ourselves a whole bunch of miniatures out here, so I'm going to be very clumsy and be knocking them over. Darken you down a little here. Also, some of that over there. Fine, I'm going to take a little indigo, and we're also going to pummel this and then come back with some light. Okay, look at that. We got like blue on one side, red on the other. That's hilarious. Morning there, Incanes. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Monday. Here's hoping that you have yourself a fabulous week. fast mat white here. Come on, there we are. They're just breaking this down again. Just putting some thinner into that. Not making a pin line wash though. No pin line washes here. Which means kind of going to a certain point and then kind of stopping. Now, surface tension, is that the kind of stuff that just tends to be sort of intermittent, or is it, because here, I mean, there can be times where you get 40-mile-an-hour winds non-stop for a week. And I mean non-stop, not like gusts or something like that, but just 40-mile-an-hour winds. Let's do some of that here, and now let's get some of that light on our skelly friend up here. So here's hoping that that greyhound gets its walk. Well, and the human as well. Throwing our light there, some of it here. All right, over the top of there we go. Also this. Over the top of that here. Oh yeah, the helmet. Let's get to that. So yeah, surface tension. You know how you get the sidewalk where one chunk of the sidewalk is a little bit higher than the other? And it's not quite even, and you kind of can trip over that or something like that. Here we consider something like that a mountainous terrain. Yes, that right there, a slight increase in the height of the sidewalk, that would be considered like sort of like borderline Himalayas right there. Let me take some of that white, so pushing that over into the corners there. We got to get as best as we can with the edges on this, given that there's a lot of stuff going on with the mold lines there. So see later, surface tension again. We will be hopefully painting some more of these in our next stream. Well, later today. Come on, we'll get some of that here. Get some of that up here. We definitely need to infuse a little bit more light on the helmet over there. Let's see. Now, Bithron, do you have the foam factory? Because I have some of those, and those definitely crank out the black smoke. I mean, it's kind of like you're burning coal or something like that when you use the hot wire foam factory ones. I mean, they're nice. They do some stuff, but yeah, they tend to churn out that black smoke. More of my, not gonna just try and dry brush that because that's where we don't have quite enough of the texture to work with there. So we're gonna take that a little more judiciously here. That's all right. Yeah, something like that. And now here, let's get this little piece over here. Okay, so yeah, Bithron, it's been a while since I used even the hot wire stuff. And that's why I should really, of course, it's kind of stupid, Bithron. Yeah, I've been seeing a few of the Shifting Lands videos. And of course, what am I not seeing? I'm not seeing, the black smoke. So I should have put 2 and 2 together. I wasn't even getting to the 2 and the 2. It doesn't matter. There's still it's still something I want to do out in the new garage work areas that we're trying to construct. All right, here we're gonna get some of our light right there. Blending brush. Still, ooh, let me do a little bit of that right there. Come on. I don't know. What about these things? Let me see if I can chuck a little more something like. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Just, I don't know. I'm looking at these and I need to throw a little more light in these things. We'll do this over here. So yeah, Bitron, I'll be starting to trying to check out some of the Shifting Lands videos. It can be a little difficult to really translate what he's doing because I don't always know which of the whatchamacallit his guides that he's using. Of course, I am sort of spoiled and used to the tutorials that I do where you see absolutely everything. There's no speed ramping or anything like that. It's just you see absolutely everything. You know what? That needs to have some of its light on it right here. Fine, we'll do that. This is some super light green here. Super light green there. Also over here. Alright. There. See if I can't on this side. Turn him over. And get a little bit of my light right in there. Okay. Right here, let me come back with this in here. Not that that's necessarily straight up goal, but oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't maybe lighten up that thing. Yeah, it's a little too beat up right there because that's where the mold lines kind of cruised right on through that. He has a bunch for Middle Earth. A bunch from that. The latest one I saw part of was the one where he was kind of doing multiple levels. I mean, that's something I've been doing for a while. It was just, it was kind of neat to see his, right, where it's, you have the one original wall, then you've got maybe 2 or 3 layers in it, and it really gives the walls some nice depth. Yep, surface tension, that'll be the last thing basically that I do. Will be on at least 3 for sure. And possibly, where the heck is she? Oh yeah, we still have to do her skin tone and stuff. So this is another one I might be able to do a little bit over there as well. Surface tension, remember those, okay, I keep wanting to call them Keltos figures, but those Raging Heroes figures that I printed out at larger scale, those were definitely ones that I wanted to try and do all kinds of fun tattoo type things on. And then I also have, and I've got the bust version and the miniature of this, and I wanted to do this as a Patreon page video with, well, again, kind of the woad and the tattoo sort of thing for that one. So hopefully that works out. Okay, fine. I'll just go back to the really light stuff here. Blending brush again. What's funny, Bithron, is, I mean, it just might be because I just see so much Middle Earth stuff that that's what it recommends to me. But pretty much almost every single terrain thing that I've seen of his is a Middle Earth themed piece, which is kind of funny. There we go, a little bit of blending brush on that. So yeah, surface tension. We're still only 3.5 hours in on our 5 miniatures here. Count 'em, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. You could miss quite a bit. Let me try a little bit lighter red in just a couple of areas here. You got lots of chips and cuts and all kinds of stuff happening on here. Let's take a blending brush again. Yeah, Bithron, I think he did some columns, and he's doing like a lantern, I think. In some ways, you're taking the same ones, but you widen them out, or you do something, and they go from kind of a column into something more like a fountain or whatever. Get a little bit over there. We go. A little touch of the red on that. Now let me see if I can go some of the Van Dyke brown here on this before I come back with maybe some of the lightest lights. I think we just need to do that. And this shoe here, oops, okay. We'll just take our finger and resolve that. Darken you up a little. Same with some of that stuff. Yeah, well, that would certainly. I think you could use some of the Greek ones, I guess, too. The Greek and Roman ones for if you want to, for your city stuff, for your city tiles. I'm gonna maybe fuse a little bit of the red into there now. A bit more of the. Whoops. Okay, that is a scad too much paint. We're gonna get a whole bunch of that off of there. Getting rid of a lot of that stuff. There we go. There was way too much paint there. Look at that. Blends into our little indigo there. Forms a nice little edge. Well, once again, too much stuff on that brush. So we'll just kind of take that away. That would certainly be a fun scenario there, Bithron. Alright, so this was our first one, right, that we did in the blue, and here's our third one. So we have three kind of different shields, but still kind of in the same vein. Now let's get back to this one here, and let's start fooling around with some stuffs over here. I'm just going to infuse a little bit of blue into that. Where's my indigo? I think we'll just use a bit more thinner in that. Let me get a paper towel here on this blending brush. There you are. Okay. Darken that down. Changed up the color a little smidge right there. Now let's do some Skin tone on this. We really didn't do very much. Remember, we don't want to have this wander over too far where we've got our light, right? Because all of a sudden that won't really be much of a shadow anymore. Yeah, let's get a little bit of that over here. Nope, leave that in also shadow. That's actually cloth right there, so we don't need to do a skin tone there. We're just going to let that mix with whatever the sort of pre-glazed stuff was. We're going to infuse a little bit of green over here. A much cooler green. Not going to do the warmer green there, that's for sure. No, 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 that is way too dingy. I'm going to grab maybe the some of the Napsol Scarlet. And we're going to try to... There's some of the darks in there. Then we'll come back to this with our... I think our lightest fiery color too. That Hansa yellow. And that's going to get a little bit of the fast matte white into it. I'm trying to break it down a little more too, get that thinner. Get the light part here with that torch. Illuminates the face. That didn't quite get anything there. Let me try this again here. First, I'm going to deposit some of the excess there. Trying to get that lower lip too, as well as the chin. More on that lower lip here. Like that. I think, yeah, I don't know if I really want to do too much lighter with the source lighting on the arm and on the clothes. Yeah, oh yeah, that's making a little more sense there. Alright, well, surface tension, you have yourself a good one. And of course, stay as dry as you can out there. Thank you so much, surface tension. Well, I guess we'll see you later today. Boy, oh boy, I'm going to be all kinds of confoozled when we do that next stream, if we're doing that later tonight. So if I say happy Thursday or something like that, don't judge me too harshly, because that may happen once or twice. I don't think I've quite messed up too many times here tonight as far as what day it is or whatever. I've certainly done that more. I'm going to try and infuse a little bit of that over to the side there. Again, that's more of just the orange, a little bit less of the kind of yellowish stuff. Do that here. Even a little there, yeah, so that cuts down a little bit on the amount of light there. See, you know what? I might just throw a little more of the sort of mid-range orange down here on this. Now, we already got some of that on our leaves there, so I don't think we'll throw too much more. to my Prussian blue here. And now I'm going to try to do something like this. Bingo here. Do, same thing over here. Fine, I'll let that just be a dagger, blade, or whatever that is. And we're just going to, on this one bit over here, kind of make it look like it's got a bit of a tartan pattern on it. Not sure if this character does have actual tartan, but that's what I'm going to put here. Let's not go too crazy. And now let's do this part like you do. That comes down here, and then we'll do one more of those right here. Good enough. Now we come back the other way with something darker, like maybe a... yeah, let's just do this. Let's just try to see how this works. I do need to thin that down, though. Gotta break it down some. Don't know about the... because I'm just kind of using some basically almost like a black here. Not sure if that works exactly the way I'd like it to, but we'll give it a shot here still. I was gonna go with actually a red there, and I thought, no, that is too much like what we have with all of our firelight stuff, so we can't do that. And of course, if that doesn't really play out the way we would like it to, then we can just wipe it all out and try something else. If it doesn't look the way I need it to, no sense in leaving it there. Now let me try to put the darker intersect points here. Again, does that look like anything? Nope, doesn't look like anything to me. So we abolish it. We'll just wipe that all away. And we're going to keep it simple here. We'll go back to that blue. Re-infuse it with some blue. Like that. Maybe throw a little light on it. Like that. And then we'll just have to let that set for a bit. Sometimes you get an idea for something and it just doesn't read the way you want it to. That's okay. So we make a change. No big deal. We will throw a little bit of our violet here into this. Like that. a little bit of that over here. I might try to, let me see if I can get a little lighter skin tone flavor over here. Let me try this. Oh, yeah, okay, that is definitely lighter. Let me get my paper towel here, get this paint out of this brush so that we can do our little tap, tap, tap there and blend that very easily. A little more here. I'll take a smidge here of our red. That was it's getting a little too, there we go. Almost a little too dingy. Do I have some of my fast matte white over here? I might even, yeah, I might even use a little bit of my floral color there. Okay, there we go. That is a little bit less undead in color, which now is going to be mixed into the rest here. Still trying to get more going on with this lower lip, so I'm going to darken that down again. And we're going to take some of this light again. Okay, I think now maybe we have it. That might have finally done the trick. Again, there's also a whole bunch of mold line stuff that runs through this. It's my later Prussian blue. And I might hit this with a little, maybe just a little something here of our dark indigo. Maybe more like that. And then we'll just catch a couple of edges of this lighter blue here. Let's try that instead. Especially away from the source light. I guess, nope, gotta get a little light in that. I think I'm also maybe gonna need to put more of my fast matte white out there. Okay, looking to get my light right along the edge of this. Some here on these. A touch more over here again, away from the source lighting. Come on, there we go. Back to my liner brush, and we want to try and do some of our tattoo stuff here. Now also going to see if I can't get to my references here. Let me try this one. Is this the one we want to use here? Nah, not quite that one. No, what about this one? Maybe that one. Alright, we got some of our Prussian blue here. We have a little bit of the white in there. Just a little bit to kind of lend some opacity as well. We'll start out like we usually do with a bit of a curly Q here. That's going to go up and around like that. And the other thing you can do if you want it to be more of a tattoo, well, in that case, in this you probably maybe let it dry, and then you could just do a bit of a glaze of skin tone over the top of it. And that would also work nicely. So we're going to try and again infuse this with some more knotwork design here. Kind of going down and around that elbow. And again, if it doesn't work out, I can always just wipe it away. And we can just try again if it does not work. I'll try another little bit of our curly Q there. And if I just feel like, I need a little more definition in some of this, I might just do something like this. And maybe even slice into that blue. I need a little more thinner into that. That has got too much of the orange, so I'll get a little bit more of the red there. No, that's also here. A little bit of the violet. That's more like it, maybe. Too late, so I'll head back this way. Maybe now we've got something working here. That might just be a little better. Okay, and then we'll one more thing right in there. So just a very simple little kind of curlicue thing on the shoulder. It's always now I'm going to do the same on this guy. We can kind of start with that. So this is the 18-0 liner brush there, Denethor. The 10 zeros and all that, those tend to be spotter brushes. So just the 18 zeros. Oh, Denethor, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff there in the chat, but if you wanted to do that, please go ahead. Yeah, I don't think you ever got a chance to share your stuff. There's the same deal here, right? Just gonna go over the top, continue it down here, and then here we've got some of the. They kind of were doing some of this, right, with the multiple lines, and then a little pattern underneath that. Okay, Denethor, yeah, I thought so. I just wanted to be sure. So again, the 18-0 is crucial because we want the long bristles of the liner brush. And all those other ones, you just don't get that, unfortunately. Now, ironically enough, the more of the tattoo stuff you do, you're gonna start to lose some of your shading on your skin tone. So you kind of have to, once again, be a little bit judicious on how much of that you're gonna do. So not too much of it there. So And sometimes maybe it's just a suggestion of it or whatever is enough. Where's our next guy? Here he is. Now he's got plenty of stuff happening on the shoulders already, so maybe we just go down here to stick these much simpler patterns here. Like so. And I think this is another little pattern of that. Just the 2 lines and some dots in between. And then here, maybe we'll just do a little, some of our little V-type patterns. A little something in there. Another pattern just comes down like that. And we're going to try and just put a little bit, a hint of some of that blue there, because sometimes that's all you need at this, just a little hint of it, right? Just a hint. Now here we got one more guy, like so. I think here we will do the very distinct little circle thing right here. Like that. And around we go. I've certainly done dozens and dozens of this pattern over the years. So there is that pattern. And then we'll do the little, we'll do a single line here. Enough thinner so that it flows. But boy, if we go too bonkers with that thinner, that is not going to be a good result. Another, it's got see a little hook on the end of that. That comes around and ends here with another little hook on that. And then I might even do a little something here. So there's some of our blue. Like that. I mean, there's probably going to be some grass here anyway, so you can just get the hint of that being there. And sometimes that's really all that you need, is just a hint of it. Now here I'm going to put little sort of semi-diamond shapes on that. And then we're going to take this like so and put another batch of it here. Another, oops, that didn't quite go where it was supposed to, so we'll try that again. There you are. That's better. Get another one of our blue lines, so just cut across this here. And hopefully connect to this over there. So now we've got, again, a little hint of some of our tattoo stuff here. Doesn't have to be. Remember, you're probably going to be doing a whole bunch of these. So sometimes just a suggestion of it is great. I mean, if you're painting it for a contest or something like that, well then, by all means, you can take several hours to try and get it to whatever level you're looking to. Alright, we've done all of those. This guy was looking to infuse a little bit more on my dark in some places here. Sometimes you just have to have dark in order to show the light. Get that right over there. We go. So that does it there. And I'm going to try and leave the hands more of that grayish skin tone. I think that might be the best thing to do on this guy. Try and infuse a little bit more of that darker green in there. This, maybe just some Van Dyke brown. Like that. Some of that down in here. Maybe a bit of that over here too. Yeah, we'll break that up just a bit. It was getting a little bit out in here. I'm going to see if I can't darken some of the fingers down a little, maybe. Okay, now I think we're starting to really feel some light happening there. My lighter green, yeah, need some thinner. What I'm looking to do, maybe. Yeah. Remember we were talking about all the foliage and everything, and reflecting the green. We're kind of missing that now. Yep, feel like I have some now. I just was missing that. We needed definitely to get some of that in there. What is this? Is that skin? Okay, that is his skin. So I may just see what I can do lightest skin tone wise here on this bit. So maybe there. Well, I guess here I'll do a little bit of that here. We'll lighten up this bit. And that too, and that should help again some of the tattoo stuff stand out, because again we can clean up the tattoo designs and maybe even get a little extra light on the shoulder. Where necessary, and maybe even here on his arm. Also maybe a little bit over here. That works. Okay, where we at here? Because I was going to get a different one of my references up here so I can see that. So those the fingers there, we did get them lighter, but it was a little too much of just, well, the dingy color. I'm trying to infuse a little bit more. That's got a little more saturation to it, what I'm throwing on here now. Ooh, let me. I was about to use the blending brush here, and I went, there's a bunch of paint on that. How's about we get rid of that first, and then do the blending brush? That's a better idea, much better plan. Now this torn up by the mold line, so can't do a whole bunch there. Now here's another place again where I can maybe get a little extra action out of the tattoos by creating some light there. Just right there, sort of Again, perked up the tattoos a little bit. You know what? The end of the horns, they need some kind of light on the end of those. Maybe a little light on the edge of that helmet there. I'll see you later there, Arid. You have yourself a good one. Thanks so much for being here, of course. Actually, of course, I'm usually not streaming at this time of the AM. I'm not sure if anybody is doing some miniature painting. It seems like everybody else is playing games right now of some kind on the streams. Since it's about 2:30 in the morning here, and we've now hit the 4-hour mark. Well, first let's again, there's our sourcelet ones. I think I do still want to hit the. Yep, let's get these cattails over here. So first, some of the asphaltum, and I'll also tone that down a bit. That got a little wonky there. There's some of my yellow and green. No. I need some more of this. More like orange and yellow for the cattail here. So see you later there, Arid. Yeah, have yourself a good one. Throw some of my light in here. There we go. That is my blending brush. Okay, so I think I've got my blending brush and my filbert brush here mixed up a little bit, or my micro filbert. Okay. Yeah, that went a little backwards there, no problem. Yeah, I might even get a little bit of this into the green too, just for funsies. Again, I don't want to do too much with that because we're going to be adding so much extra foliage and everything else that you may not even be able to see a lot of that. That's a little tricksy thing that I always kind of like to do with foliage and grass tufts, flower tufts, whatever, is pretty much just have most of the feet barely visible so that I do not have to fool around too much with that as far as the painting goes. Okay, we did that. Well, this one doesn't have any reeds, okay. Now that makes a little more sense then. Here, let me try something really quick here. Oh, yeah, maybe I should do this. Nope, that's my blending brush there. Well, I may play around with a few lights here on these rocks, and then maybe not do too much with the foliage over the top of them. Again, that's tree bark. We used a bunch of hot glue getting all these bits together. Speaking of bits, we have the basing bits from Make It Epic, all of the leaves and the cattails and the reeds and such. Trying to re-infuse that with some of the warmer colors, also lighter. So yeah, even all this stuff with the feet, because I had to kind of chop these things. They had the crazy little chunky bases on the bottom of them. I had to cut them off of there. Good night there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here. I know it was an unusual day for a stream, so thank you so much. And here's hoping that you have yourself a fantastic day tomorrow, and see you in the evening. that's better there. What I might try to do, let me try to do something here with the skin tone on the arm, and then of course the tattoo, because what that will do, oh, see that, look at that, kind of brings out that tattoo design a little bit more. Like I said, we can make adjustments to things, especially with the oils. That's what they do really, 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 really well. They let you do those adjustments. The end with the bristles works better for blending than the wooden end. Who would have thunk that? Back to this. Part of it is to lighten up the shoulder. Part of it is to maybe get a little more clarity out of our tattoo design. Just because, okay, yeah, that does sort of help there. Sure. That worked out very well. Let me see something here. So yeah, I just, well, let me see what happens when I type in this. That's not what we're looking for here. No, that is not going to work. Yeah, okay, I think, well, wait a minute, let me try that same thing over here with the same skin tone. Like that. Also here. No, I've got to avoid the temptation to fool around with that. Here, let me get some of this slightly lighter stuff here on the skin with those muscles. No, I don't think I want to mess with the hand anymore either. Is that his shoulder? Okay, that is his shoulder, so I'm going to lighten that up. That's not hair. Alright, that works. That works. Let me see what happens when I do this. That is, nope, definitely not what we're looking for there. So, okay. So everything I type in shows no results found. So that's not terribly helpful right there. Because all we want to do is just find someone for rating who is not playing video games. But that may not be the case. I'm going to try and catch a couple little light highlights here on the, oh yeah, we never really did do the lightest lights here on some of this. Let me see if I can lighten up that too. Lighten up the top of that. So yeah, everything I see is sadly. Oh, there we go. I think I finally found somebody that is painting stuff, so we'll work on that. Actually, that's this one is Jarius Maximus Inganes. So yes, we got that. We got it all set up then. Okay. Now, how's about we review what we did here? So we got these three guys here. Tattoos, non-metallic metal, skin tone, all the good stuff's right there. Yes, and then here's our two object source lit folks right there with, well, even some tattoos right there. So we had a blast doing these things. I want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, of course, and thanks Bithron for doing the clips. I want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and, of course, the raids. So thank you so much for that. And, well, again, our next stream, which won't be all that long from now, we will be painting the rest of the Slaine starter box, and that'll be some of these. So thanks, Bithron. Appreciate that. So we've got these and two more. We'll be painting those up on Monday. I'm going to get the raid countdown underway here, just because. Yeah, so this was really, really interesting. Even some object source lighting, too. So it's been a while since I've had a chance to do some woad and tattoo. So thanks again, everybody, and I will catch you later today.